Chapter 556. The Federation's transcendent was very strong, so much so that the Federation defined the transcendent as a group of people who had transcended the mundane world. This caused the transcendent to be naturally isolated from the public. In addition, the transcendent was aloof and remote from the public. However, the Kaji was different. Everyone had the hope of becoming a Kaji. Kaji was also the #1 goal of most people. Only when they could not become a Kaji would they choose other goals. Perhaps Grand Marshal Andre calling a transcendent the Federation's god of war would cause many people to disagree. However, calling a powerful Kaji who had killed 5 level 3 insectoids in front of everyone as the Federation's god of war, no one had any objections. Many Kaji even had their own goals. It turned out that a Kaji could still be so strong that even the Transcendent could not compare to him. This was a good comparison. The 4 Transcendent had blocked 10 level 3 insectoids, but were unable to kill them immediately. Even blocking them was very difficult, and Grand Marshal Andre had almost died. However, as soon as the Kaji David appeared, it was immediately different. David had practically killed 1 level 3 insectoid with a swing of his axe, and had even successfully brought Grand Marshal Andre to a safe area. If Grand Marshal Andre had been worried that the 10 level 3 insectoids would attack him and cause the public to panic, Grand Marshal Andre did not have to worry anymore. He saw fanaticism in the eyes of the Kaji. It was fanaticism towards David, the Federation's god of war, and also fanaticism towards Kaji's profession. The Kaji had seen with their own eyes that there was a Kaji who was stronger than Transcendent. Now that they had a goal, they could work towards it. Kaji came over to clean up the floor. The shadow attendant had already absorbed the souls of the 10 level 3 insectoids. David also knew that the Transcendent had died because the shadow attendant absorbed the souls of the Transcendent as well. General Laos secretly let out a breath of turbid air. He was also very worried just now. 10 rank 3 insectoids had rushed over, causing him, who had lived like a prince, to almost turn and run. However, he forced himself to remain calm and stood where he was. Now that all the rank 3 insectoids were dead and the situation had stabilized, he felt that all the energy in his body had disappeared. This was the feeling of relaxation after the tension. General Luss could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. This was because he was old. Even being near danger made him feel like this. When he was young, he had fought against the insectoids many times, but he had never been like this. With no strength left in his body, General Laos took the opportunity to sit back in his chair. No one saw that when General Laos sat down, he happened to be sitting on the poison needle. The poison needle pierced into General Laos' buttocks. Due to the numbing film on the surface and the fact that the poison needle was too thin, General Laos didn't feel the needle piercing into his skin. The shadow attendant had been observing General Laos the entire time. After seeing General Laos sit down, the shadow attendant went over to check on him. After confirming that the poison needle had entered General Laos' body, only then did David relax. David had done what he could. Now, it was up to General Laos to see when the poison would take effect. The live broadcast also ended at this time. Originally, David and the 81 Kaji were the last square formation. After such a thing happened, it was inevitable that it would end early. The invited guests on the viewing platform also left under the guidance of the soldiers. Everyone on the viewing platform did not move. After such a big thing had happened, it would not end so simply. Everyone could see that this was an assassination attempt on Grand Marshal Andre. After seeing that the live broadcast had ended, Grand Marshal Andre said softly to David, "Child, go and receive treatment first. We'll talk after you've recovered." "Yes, Grand Marshal," David responded loudly, as if he was not injured at all. "Good child." Grand Marshal Andre could not help but shake his head and smile. He had seen the millipede phantom's slender forelimb pierce through David's body with his own eyes. David could endure such an injury and talk to him. This showed how much respect he had for him. Previously, Grand Marshal Andre did not care about David's injury. When he pulled up David's left hand before the live broadcast, he was actually a little worried. He was worried that David's injury would worsen because of his pull. This kind of penetrative injury was very difficult to predict. It could be very fatal. However, for the stability and future of the Federation, Grand Marshal Andre had to calm the hearts of the people. He had to use David, the Federation's god of war, to divert the attention of the people. Although the sudden attack of 10 level 3 insectoids would definitely have a huge impact, as long as the public opinion was directed more, this impact would slowly weaken. Grand Marshal, you need to check your body. An old doctor came to Grand Marshal Andre's side and said, I'm fine. You guys treat David first. Use the best medicine. Grand Marshal Andre waved his hand and said. The old doctor nodded. He was Grand Marshal Andre's personal doctor and also one of the best doctors in the Federation. He could naturally see that Grand Marshal Andre was not injured. The examination was just a procedure. Since Grand Marshal Andre said so, the old doctor turned his head and nodded to the two medical staff Kaji not far away. David was placed on a stretcher by the two medical staff Kaji. During this process, a dose of level 3 healing medicine was injected into David's body. No matter how bad David's injury was, a dose of level 3 healing medicine would be able to stabilize his injury for a short period of time. The conditions here were not good. Better treatment could only be obtained on the medical spaceship. When David was being carried away, he saw through the shadow attendant that there was chaos on the military parade platform. It seemed like someone was shouting the name of General Ross. Grand Marshal Andre noticed the chaos on the military parade platform and could not help but frown. The assassination this time must have involved the military, and the military personnel who had such authority were almost all on the military parade platform. The chaos at this time gave Grand Marshal Andre a bad feeling. Grand Marshal, General Ross has been poisoned. A transcendent protecting Grand Marshal Andre softly reported to Grand Marshal Andre. What kind of poison is it? Grand Marshal Andre did not go over it this time. He asked in a low voice. It's a transcendent poison of the level 4 insectoids. Let alone General Ross. Even a transcendent would be in big trouble. The transcendent softly replied. Now, only 3 of the 4 transcendent beside Grand Marshal Andre were left. One of the 3 transcendent was injured. Fortunately, the injury was not serious. When the level 4 poison aura appeared on General Ross's side, a transcendent went to check it out. The transcendent only took a glance and immediately returned to report. Is there no hope for General Ross? Grand Marshal Andre's voice became colder and colder. Yes, the transcendent replied. On the other side, a black mist appeared on General Ross's body. His body was beginning to show signs of corrosion. A general who went up to hold General Ross's body touched the black mist and was immediately dyed black. The transcendent next to him chopped off the poisoned general's arm, but it was too late. The black mist was still rolling where the chopped-off arm was connected. What a potent poison! The transcendent looked at the poison on the heavy sword in his hand, and then at the general who was lying lifeless on the ground like General Ross. He could not help but exclaim. The other generals did not dare approach, and hurriedly distanced themselves from General Ross. Kaji, a medic, poured an antidote on the black mist in an attempt to control the spread of the black mist. As for treating General Ross and the general on the ground, there was no need to consider it at all. Under such a potent poison, unless there was a special antidote, there was no way to treat them. The antidote was not very effective and could not control the black mist. General Ross and the general on the ground became smaller and smaller in the black mist. The rolling black mist made the onlookers retreat even further. Even the ground of the military parade platform was corroded into a pit. As long as it was not a level 4 material, it would not be able to withstand the effects of a level 4 poison. Fortunately, the live broadcast had ended. Otherwise, the impact of General Ross's death would not be any weaker than that of Grand Marshal Andre being attacked. Although Grand Marshal Andre was attacked, nothing really happened to Grand Marshal Andre, but General Ross died. Originally, if it was not chaotic, the tiny poison needle made by David might have been discovered by the follow-up investigators. However, because someone came into contact with General Ross's body, more life energy was added to the level 4 poison. The level 4 poison that the tiny poison needle could withstand was probably enough to kill General Ross. However, level 4 poison was called the transcendent poison and had its own terrifying aspects. Once more life energy was absorbed by the poison's power would increase. The poison corroded General Ross's body, causing the tiny poison needle to leave General Ross's body. Kaji, the medic, washed the tiny poison needle to the side with the antidote. As for whether the investigators could discover the tiny poison needle in such a chaotic situation, it really depended on luck. None of this had anything to do with David. At this time, he was already in a military medical spaceship. Colonel David, you are very lucky. Although your body was penetrated by many limbs, your internal organs were not damaged. You only need to stay in the genetic repair cabin for an hour, and you will be completely recovered, the doctor who examined David said, in surprise and relief. According to the doctor's judgment, injuries like David's were at least internal organs damaged. However, he did not expect such an outcome. Of course, the doctor did not think that David deliberately avoided it. Instead, he thought that David was lucky. Thank you, doctor. David thanked the doctor. David was moved into the genetic repair cabin and was quickly submerged by the genetic repair fluid. The genetic repair fluid entered his wound, and the wound slowly healed from the inside out. In fact, there was no need to enter the genetic repair cabin. Just the level 3 healing fluid was enough to heal David. However, the recovery process would be slower. After all, his body was penetrated this time. The doctor walked out of the medical room and immediately saw a middle-aged colonel waiting outside the door. Colonel Jekyll, why are you here? The doctor quickly went forward and asked. Colonel Jekyll was Grand Marshal Andre's adjutant. Although he was only a colonel, his position in the Federal High Command was higher than many generals. Adjutant Jekyll waved his hand and did not answer the doctor's question. Instead, he asked softly, how is Colonel David's condition? The Grand Marshal is very concerned about David's injuries. The doctor was stunned. The doctor knew what was going on outside. At this busy time, Grand Marshal Andre was still thinking about David's injuries. It was obvious that David was valued by Grand Marshal Andre. Thinking of this, the doctor could not help but envy David. The doctor replied, Colonel David's body is fine. He will be fully recovered in an hour. I will report to the Grand Marshal. Jekyll's adjutant heard the doctor's reply and turned to contact Grand Marshal Andre through his bracelet. The doctor could tell that Jekyll's adjutant was going to stay here until David recovered. After a while, the old doctor beside Grand Marshal Andre, Professor Gage, walked in. Professor Gage. The doctor was even more respectful when he saw Professor Gage. This was the most famous doctor in the Federation. Professor Gage nodded to Jekyll's adjutant and said to the doctor, Where is David? The Grand Marshal asked me to come and check on David again. Please come with me. The doctor quickly led the way. The doctor finally knew how important David was to Grand Marshal Andre. First, he sent his adjutant over. Now that he heard that the situation was good, he was still worried and sent his own personal doctor. Originally, with David's injuries, Professor Gage would not be needed. Even this doctor was using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. A normal Dr. Kaji would be able to handle it. However, Grand Marshal Andre could not help but worry about General Lawrence's poisoning. This kind of unknown poisoning made him worried about David. Therefore, after Professor Gage finished checking on David's body, he immediately arranged for Professor Gage to check on David again, especially for a poison analysis. Professor Gage operated the medical equipment and quickly finished the scan on David. He then sent the report to Grand Marshal Andre and left in a hurry. Professor Gage had a lot of work to do. Many of the generals present had to go through a body check, and this was his job. David, who was resting, did not know that he had become famous. His face was hidden in the broadcast, but his identity was not. For the sake of publicity, the military announced his identity. The title of Federation War God made David the idol of all Kaji. Before, David was very famous, but this kind of fame had its limits. For example, When he was given the title of Invincible Kaji by the War Zone, his influence was only limited to the War Zone and a few nearby star fields. Furthermore, not all Kaji knew about him. Most of the Kaji treated it as a form of publicity. However, this time was different. With the Federal High Command's publicity and the broadcast covering the entire Interstellar Federation, his title of Federation War God was known by all the star fields of the Federation. Chapter 557. David stretched his back. His injuries had been treated by the gene repair fluid, and his body was completely healed. Coming out of the gene repair cabin, Han Xiao took a shower in the shower room. When he came out, he saw a colonel's uniform on the table. It seemed to have been prepared for him, so he picked it up and put it on. His original clothes were all tattered and stained with red and green blood. Even the golden, ceremonial exoskeleton armor was in tatters. It was carelessly placed on the ground, unable to even be restored to its original form. David stepped forward and took the 3 medals from the ceremonial exoskeleton armor and wore them on his chest. He really wanted to know about General Loth's situation. He was very confident that General Loth would not be able to survive, but he was still very uneasy without getting any concrete information. An enemy like Admiral Lawrence could only be killed in one blow. After this opportunity, he didn't know when he would get such an opportunity again. A big shot like General Loth in the military was hard to come by, so there was no way he could assassinate him. At the thought of the assassination, David could not help but recall the incident where the 10 level 3 Zergs went berserk today. As the person involved, he could naturally feel that these level 3 Zergs had targeted Marshal Andre. David did not believe that these 10 rank 3 insectoids would go crazy on their own accord. He had encountered countless rank 3 insectoids on Warstar, but he had never seen a rank 3 insectoid that could suddenly erupt to such an extent. If every rank 3 insectoid could suddenly erupt with such strength, then humans would not be a match for the insectoids, and the defensive line would not be able to defend. In other words, Grand Marshal Andre was the target of an assassination attempt. The mastermind behind this assassination attempt on Grand Marshal Andre probably had the same idea as David. This kind of opportunity for Grand Marshal Andre to appear in public was very rare. Of course, the resources that the mastermind behind the assassination of Grand Marshal Andre were not something David could compare with. Just by seeing how the mastermind could easily use some special method to make all 10 rank 3 insectoids participating in the military parade achieve strength beyond their own and target Grand Marshal Andre, one could see how much power the mastermind had. David shook his head and threw away his guesses. This was not something he could participate in. Colonel David, the Grand Marshal's adjutant, Colonel Jikwal, is waiting for you outside, the doctor said to David as he walked in after receiving the signal that the gene repair pod had finished its treatment. I'll go out now. David knew that the doctor in front of him had good intentions. He pointed out the identity of Colonel Jikwal outside so that he wouldn't inadvertently be rude. David walked out of the treatment room and was about to greet Jikwal's adjutant when Jikwal's adjutant took the initiative to greet him. Colonel David, how are you feeling? Jikwal's adjutant asked politely. David's action of saving Grand Marshal Andre had the biggest impact on Jikwal's adjutant. Jikwal's adjutant and Grand Marshal Andre were practically bound together for good or ill. Even without Grand Marshal Andre's special instructions, he would still be extremely grateful to David. Jikwal's adjutant, who rarely showed concern for anyone other than Grand Marshal Andre, was now showing concern for David. Thank you. My body is completely healed, David replied with a smile. That's good. The Grand Marshal wants to see you. Jikwal's adjutant nodded. David naturally wouldn't refuse. It could be said that in the entire Interstellar Federation, there were very few people who had the ability to refuse Grand Marshal Andre's invitation, and David was definitely not one of them. Jikwal's adjutant personally piloted a small spaceship and brought David out of the medical spaceship. The small spaceship flew towards a huge aircraft carrier. David saw that in space outside of Planet Number 1, all the battleships were centered around this aircraft carrier. The small spaceship got closer and closer to the aircraft carrier, and David could also see more clearly this legendary weapon of war other than artificial planets. The aircraft carrier was very large, with a length of 50 kilometers and a width of 10 kilometers. This aircraft carrier was almost equivalent to a medium to large city. One had to know that the interior of an aircraft carrier could be divided into many layers. If it was laid out flat, the actual usable area would be several times larger. This was also David's first time on an aircraft carrier. The small spaceship had very high authority. After 2 energy scans, it flew into a flight path on the side of the aircraft carrier. After flying for a while on the flight path, it stopped at an airport. According to David's estimation, their current position was probably the center of the aircraft carrier. Jekyll's adjutant and David took the elevator together. After going up for a while, when the elevator door opened, David saw 2 transcendents standing outside the elevator. David had never seen these 2 transcendent before. They were just 2 transcendent guards. This kind of treatment was probably only afforded to Grand Marshal Andre. The 2 transcendent nodded to Jekyll's adjutant and glanced at David before looking away. Due to the previous accident, the Grand Marshal's security has been increased. Jekyll's adjutant explained to David while walking. After passing through a long passage, David walked in the passage. If it wasn't for Jekyll's adjutant beside him, he would have had the urge to put on the exoskeleton armor, because this passage gave him a very strong sense of danger. He controlled the shadow attendant to go through the walls of the passage. He realized that only the inner walls of the passage were made of alloy. Behind the alloy was a defensive board made of level 3 materials. Behind the defensive board was a mechanical device that could squeeze the passage inwards for a short period of time. There are also some shooting holes in the passage. Multiple Gaussian cannons formed a shooting net that could completely seal off the entire passage through the shooting holes. In this passage, if the intruder was found to be suspicious, the passage would automatically be sealed off. Then, the Gaussian cannons would shoot out level 3 ammunition, and the mechanical device would use the aircraft carrier's powerful energy to squeeze the walls of the passage inwards. Even the Transcendent with a level 4 weapon would not be able to cut through the thick level 3 defensive board in a short period of time under the attack of the Gaussian cannons. This is a death trap. Of course, this death trap was only prepared for those with bad intentions. It was just that David's spirit was too strong and his sense of danger was too sensitive. That was why he felt this way. David didn't like the feeling of his life being in the hands of others. After walking through this passage, he let out a sigh of relief. At the end of the passage was a living room. Grand Marshal Andre was sitting on the sofa in the living room, looking at the screen in front of him. His hand was tapping on it from time to time. Grand Marshal, Colonel David is here. Jekyll's adjutant walked to Grand Marshal Andre's side and reminded him softly. This was a special instruction from Marshal Andre. He knew that once he started working, he would forget some things. That was why he told him to do this. Grand Marshal Andre waved his hand, and the screen disappeared. He stood up and looked at David with a kind smile on his face. Grand Marshal Andre did not look like the powerful Grand Marshal at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary old man. He did not have the sharp gaze or the shocking aura. Grand Marshal, David is here under orders. David saluted. No need to be so restrained. This is my resting place. It's also my home. Come and sit. Grand Marshal Andre smiled and waved his hand. David obeyed and sat opposite Grand Marshal Andre. He looked at the highest leader of the federal military. David, you must be wondering why the insectoids broke out of the cage, right? Grand Marshal Andre asked with a smile. David was indeed curious. However, he also knew that this was a secret of the Federation. It was also a matter of the upper echelons. With his status, he was not qualified to know. This is not something you should know, but since you're already involved, I'll tell you. Grand Marshal Andre explained as he saw through David's thoughts. David sat up straight and waited for Grand Marshal Andre to continue. I just received the preliminary results from the intelligence department. A special potion was found in the corpse of a rank 3 insectoid. This potion has never been found before. It's a potion that can stimulate the potential of a rank 3 insectoid. Grand Marshal Andre continued. Since there's such a potion, there must be a researcher. Can't you find out who developed this potion? David asked, puzzled. There were very few research institutes that could research rank 3 insectoids. This was understandable. Rank 3 insectoids were too powerful. Without the strength of a transcendent, research institutes could only research rank 3 insectoids' corpses. Even if they wanted to research rank 3 insectoids' corpses, without the support of the military, there would not be many rank 3 insectoids' corpses for research. The war zone was an area managed by the military. If one wanted to obtain a large number of rank 3 insectoids' corpses, it would be impossible to hide from the military. Actually, there's no need to investigate. I can already guess who the mastermind is. I know that person's personality very well. You've ruined his plan, so he'll definitely hate you. You might suffer his revenge. That's why I'm telling you this. Grand Marshal Andre said with a long sigh. David was stunned. He did not expect Grand Marshal Andre to say this. He wanted to ask who the mastermind was, but he forced himself to hold back. No matter who the mastermind was, it was obvious from Grand Marshal Andre's expression that Grand Marshal Andre could not do anything to the mastermind. If that was the case, there were not many people in the Federation. Any one of those people was a big shot to David. They were a powerful force that he could not face. David, you don't have to worry too much. I'm not dead. Plus, I announced you as the Federation God of War during the military parade. With the influence of this title, that person will not do anything to you, at least for a short period of time. Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile. Thank you, Grand Marshal. David thanked him sincerely. A big shot like Grand Marshal Andre was actually concerned about his safety. He also did not expect Grand Marshal Andre to refer to him as the Federation God of War during the military parade. David could not help but laugh bitterly in his heart. He really could not compare to such a big shot in terms of scheming. He thought that he was very good for setting up a federal high command deputy commander, but this kind of setup still relied on his special abilities. In reality, his plan was not that good. Looking at this assassination attempt on Grand Marshal Andre, the mastermind had to be a big shot as well. The mastermind had only relied on some favorable conditions to almost kill Grand Marshal Andre on the spot. Grand Marshal Andre still had the ability to think clearly in such a tense situation. Under the premise of quickly eliminating the bad influence, he was still able to consider David's safety in the future. I've looked into your studies in the Federation Military Academy. I heard that your results are very good. You have the best results among all the students this time? Grand Marshal Andre asked, but he had already confirmed this conclusion. Within the federal military, no one dared to deceive him with false information. However, Grand Marshal Andre was very curious. According to David's information, he had only been in the military for slightly more than 3 months. During these 3 months, he had spent most of his time fighting against the insectoids. Grand Marshal Andre was very surprised that David still had time to learn military knowledge under such circumstances. Yes, actually, I've already mastered all the courses in the short training class. David was very confident in his studies. This confidence came from the knowledge balls provided by the 2 masters who had military knowledge. It could be said that even if he gave up his identity as a combatant, he could still become a military researcher or a high-ranking military commander. That's good. I'll let the Federation Military Academy prepare a graduation exam for you. You should finish your studies early. I have other arrangements for you that will prevent that person from targeting you. Grand Marshal Andre said with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Grand Marshal. David said gratefully. Stay and have dinner with me. You can go back after dinner. Grand Marshal Andre said as he stood up and waved his hand. David also stood up and followed Grand Marshal Andre to the dining room. The decoration of the restaurant was very cozy. After David entered, he felt a warm feeling. Everything here looked ordinary, but from the details, there were a lot of things that were extraordinary. David could not help but think of low-key luxury. This was probably the case here. Although David did not know much about antiques, the color of the wood on the table and the patterns on it all showed that this was an antique with a long history. He sat on a simple dining chair carved with flowers, and looked at the tableware in front of him. Every piece of it had a long history. The dinner was not sumptuous. Instead, it was very light. However, the taste was top-notch. David, who was a master chef, knew that this was the work of a top-notch master chef. Although this master chef was not as good as him, a chef who could reach this level was definitely one of the best in the Federation. Grand Marshal Andre did not speak during the meal. Even after the meal, when Jekyll's adjutant sent David away, Grand Marshal Andre did not say a word of thanks to David. Chapter 558. Madame Meredith was wearing a black dress with a black veil on her head. She looked at Adjutant Darnley in front of her. After hearing the news of General Lau's death, General Lau's wife immediately rushed to Planet Number 1. Madame Meredith's identity was not normal. Not only was she the wife of General Ross, but her father was also another deputy commander, General Longfellow. With this background, Madame Meredith immediately went to Planet 1, which was now under lockdown after General Ross' death. Darnley, tell me what you know. Madame Meredith's voice was very cold. Due to good rest, she didn't let her voice show too much emotion even when she was angry. Madam, I wasn't qualified to be on the parade platform during the military parade, so I could only stand beside it. When the accident happened, 4 generals were standing close to the general. One of them touched the general with his hand and died together with the general. I've already sorted out the information of the other 3. Darnley's adjutant replied carefully. Adjutant Darnley's status dropped to the freezing point because of General Ross' death. After the accident, he couldn't even get close to the scene of the accident. He could only collect more information. Madame Meredith looked at the information of the 3 generals that Adjutant Darnley sent over. A vicious light flashed across her eyes. Although the 3 generals had high statuses, she didn't think it would be difficult to clean them up. If she couldn't find out the cause of General Ross' death, then the 3 most suspicious generals would have to pay the price. Madame Meredith didn't care about being innocent at all. Since General Ross was dead, he naturally had to be buried with him. Madame Meredith closed the information of the 3 generals and asked, tell me, other than these 3 generals, who else had a conflict with Ross recently and was at the scene? This Adjutant Darnley really wanted to say that he didn't know, but he knew how terrifying the person in front of him was. If he really couldn't give a satisfactory answer, this person would probably let him have an accident and continue to be General Ross' adjutant. Oh right, David, who's known as the Federation War God, had a conflict with the general. Adjutant Darnley's brain was spinning rapidly. He quickly thought of David, who killed 5 level 3 insectoids on Planet 1. The War God of the Federation. Madame Meredith knew this person. She had also seen the military parade. She had also been extremely amazed by the splendor of the Federation's God of War. However, they didn't expect the Federation War God to be David. Madame Meredith had known about David for a long time and had even informed the Federation Military Academy about David. And tell me what it is, said Lady Meredith. Luke requested Lieutenant General Beaumont of Battlestar to deal with David through the general. David is fine, but Lieutenant General Beaumont is missing and the Transcendent Consecrator who was with him was killed. The general suspects that David was the culprit and is preparing to get rid of David when the opportunity arises. Of course, Darnley's adjutant wouldn't say that he was the one who made the decision. Since General Ross was already dead, he could say whatever he wanted. Madame Meredith's heart was not calm. She thought of Vice Principal Trade-on. Originally, Madame Meredith thought that Vice Principal Trade in sudden death was just an accident. However, when she heard that Lieutenant General Beaumont was missing because of David, it wasn't that simple. Both lieutenant generals had offended David, one missing and one dead. No matter how she looked at it, it was too much of a coincidence. Madame Meredith operated her identity bracelet for a while, and very quickly, she obtained detailed information about David from her father's intelligence officer. There was a lot of information in this information that outsiders didn't know. Madame Meredith saw a lot of David's deeds. After reading this information, she realized that as long as one had a grudge against David, no matter how powerful the other party was, they would suffer a devastating blow. It didn't matter if the other party was Kaji, Transcendent, or a superpower, it was all the same. Madame Meredith thought of why Lieutenant General Beaumont was captured. He was probably captured and interrogated. Lieutenant General Beaumont knew about General Ross, so it was very likely that David knew that General Ross was the mastermind behind Lieutenant General Beaumont's actions. If that was the case, with David's personality, he would definitely take revenge on General Ross. Perhaps with General Ross's status, other people wouldn't dare to take revenge. However, David was different. 2 lieutenant generals had died because of David's grudge, and the management of a superpower organization had almost been completely wiped out. Tens of thousands of people had been buried with them. It was clear how terrifying David's revenge was. As for how David's every move had been broadcasted, Madame Meredith didn't even consider how he could have killed General Ross. The only thing she needed to consider was who she thought was her enemy. Since General Ross was dead, it had to be his enemy. As long as she could kill everyone who killed General Ross, she would naturally be able to take revenge for General Ross. Very good, you may leave. Madame Meredith waved her hand and said to Darnley. Yes, madam. Darnley was overjoyed, thinking that he had passed this hurdle. He lowered his head and replied, then turned and left. Madame Meredith looked at Darnley's back with murderous intent in her eyes. Darnley was someone who could have gotten close to General Ross and possibly poisoned him in advance. Although the possibility of that happening was slim, it was enough for Lady Meredith to kill Darnley's adjutant. Lady Meredith unlocked her bracelet and began contacting Roth's former subordinates. She had come here to take care of Roth's funeral, and also to help her father, General Longfellow, gain access to the resources left behind by Roth. It actually failed. In a luxurious office, President Lewis's eyes were filled with disappointment as he said hatefully, "This was the office of the President of the Planet of Origin Federation, the center of power of the Federation. Of course, the power of the President of the Federation was also greatly restricted. This was especially so in terms of military affairs. Due to the threat of the insectoids, the military needed a lot of autonomy, so the Federation's laws gave the highest authority of the Federal High Command to the Grand Marshal. The only thing the President of the Federation could affect the military was the financial allocation. However, the military occupied the war zone, and the majority of Kaji's cultivation resources were controlled by the military. This allowed the military's finances to be largely independent. Coupled with the military's strength, the government could only block the military on certain projects and did not dare to make any moves on large financial allocations. President Lewis's term in office would end in less than a year. He and Grand Marshal Andre had many differences in many areas, which made his chances of being re-elected very low. After many discussions, they had not reached a consensus, and President Lewis's rival, Grand Marshal Andre, was getting closer and closer. If that was all, President Lewis would not do anything crazy. However, Grand Marshal Andre's direct intelligence agency had obtained evidence of some of his actions. As long as President Lewis was still in office, he would not have to worry about this evidence. However, once he stepped down from the position of president, it would be hard to say. For the sake of his position as president and to get rid of the big trouble in the future, President Lewis had arranged this assassination attempt on Grand Marshal Andre. This was such a good opportunity, and the arrangements were almost flawless, but it still failed. Of the 3 people in the office, Metcalfe's aide shook his head. Metcalfe's aide was the planner of this operation. He had calculated everything, but he had not expected David to appear. On one hand, the square formation of David and the 81 Kaji had been arranged by Grand Marshal Andre not long before the military parade began, so it was not part of the plan. On the other hand, Metcalfe's aide had not noticed David's combat strength. Who would have thought that a single Kaji could kill 5 rank 3 insectoids and allow Grand Marshal Andre to escape with his life? If there's nothing else for me to do here, I'm going back to continue my research. The last person in the office, Dean Constable, said indifferently. Dean Constable was the dean of the Federation's Secret Research Institute, which was attached to President Lewis. Dean Constable, if Grand Marshal Andre doesn't die and President Lewis cannot be re-elected, Your research funds will be gone. Are you not going to help? Metcalfe's aide said with a frown. I'm just a researcher, and I've done everything I can. You said the plan needed to increase the strength of the rank 3 insectoids, and I've also created the drug to make them go crazy. You said you wanted to use hypnosis to make the rank 3 insectoids view Grand Marshal Andre as their main enemy, and I've done the same. In the future, you can ask me to do whatever you want. I'm only good at research. Planning operations is your specialty. Dean Constable said as he shook his white hair. All right, it's our bad luck this time. Let's find another opportunity in the future. President Lewis advised. Actually, he knew in his heart, and so did Metcalfe's aide. If they did not seize this opportunity, they would probably not have another chance in the future. Moreover, Grand Marshal Andre's revenge would definitely come soon. Grand Marshal Andre could hold the military tightly in his hands for almost 50 years, so there was no need to talk about his influence. In the eyes of President Lewis and Metcalfe's aide, Dean Constable was a research madman. As long as he was given enough support, he could research anything he wanted. Therefore, they had to appease Dean Constable at a time like this. Dean Constable was still very important. Don't worry about anything else. We can't let the kid who made us fail go. Metcalfe's aide said in a deep voice. Metcalfe's aide knew President Lewis's personality. Although President Lewis was very amiable in front of the public, very few people knew that President Lewis was a very calculative person. David had ruined their plan, so President Lewis would definitely not let David go. Metcalfe's aide took the initiative to suggest this, so he could replace President Lewis as the villain. Make the arrangements, but it will take some time. Right now is the time when the influence of the Federation's god of war is at its peak. We will make our move when its influence has decreased a little. President Lewis waved his hand and decided. Okay. Metcalfe's aide nodded in response. Metcalfe, I want that Federation's god of war alive. I need to study him. Dean Constable's eyes lit up when he heard the name Federation's god of war. When Dean Constable saw David's combat ability, his heart was filled with doubts. What kind of power could make a Kaji have such combat ability? Perhaps others could not see it, but as a researcher who had access to many top secrets, he could naturally see something special. For example, David and Grand Marshal Andre's positions suddenly changed during the explosion. This was of great research value to Dean Constable. Dean Constable also had his own plans. Perhaps President Lewis and Metcalfe's aide thought that he only knew how to research, but he was actually much smarter than they thought. Dean Constable, I only have one request. After I hand over the Federation's god of war to you, the Federation's god of war will never appear again. Metcalfe's aide seemed to have caught David as he made this request to Dean Constable. With President Lewis's strength, it would be very easy for Dean Constable to catch David. Although David's performance on Planet Number 1, as long as there were preparations and plans, there were still many ways to make David fall for it. Will he still be alive after falling into my hands? Dean Constable said with a smile. Dean Constable, I really don't know why you need so many powerful research subjects. From Kaji to Transcendent, how many have you used over the years? If it weren't for us covering it up, who knows how many times you would have been tried. Metcalfe's aide couldn't help but shake his head when he heard Dean Constable's words. When the research results come out, you will definitely be shocked. At that time, all of you will benefit from the research. Dean Constable replied with a mysterious smile. I hope so. Metcalfe's aide said in a deep voice. I'll be leaving first. Dean Constable didn't stay any longer and said goodbye to President Lewis. After Dean Constable left, Metcalfe's aide turned to President Lewis and said, President, Dean Constable's funding is too much. Although there are some results, why didn't he tell us about his biggest research project? It won't be good if this continues. Dean Constable uses tens of billions of research funds every year. In addition to those special research materials, I believe he won't use it recklessly. Besides, he is tied to us. If I were to find out where the tens of billions of research funds went, Dean Constable would be in jail for 100 years. President Lewis said with a smile. President Lewis didn't share his thoughts with Metcalfe's aide on Dean Constable's matter because Dean Constable gave him a big pie. Dean Constable's research project was life extension. Chapter 559. When David and Captain Macaulay's spaceship landed on the tarmac of the Federation Military Academy, they saw a crowd of people standing outside the tarmac. These were all the instructors and students of the Federation Military Academy. They were lined up in classes and looked at the spaceship with respect. "Colonel David, they are welcoming you," Captain Macaulay said softly to David. "They are welcoming us. You also participated in the rescue of the Grand Marshal. Let's go down together." David patted Captain Macaulay's shoulder and said. When David and Captain Macaulay walked down the spaceship together, the tarmac erupted in cheers. "Federation War God." David waved at the crowd. He didn't think that the Federation War God, proposed by Grand Marshal Andre, would have such a huge impact. The entire Federation Military Academy came out to welcome him. "Colonel David, the Federation Military Academy is proud of your actions on Planet One. You are the most outstanding student of the Federation Military Academy." Principal Chaplain walked to David and said with a smile, "Principal, this is what I should do. I only did what I could." David quickly stood straight and saluted. "Don't be humble. You are the Federation War God, personally named by the Grand Marshal." Principal Chaplain said with a laugh. Although the Federation Military Academy didn't have to worry about students, a student being named the Federation War God would be a shining moment for the Federation Military Academy. It would definitely be recorded in the school's history. This had a huge effect on increasing the foundation of the Federation Military Academy. This was also what any famous school needed. The welcoming ceremony of the Federation Military Academy was very simple. After Principal Chaplain and David said a few words, the instructors left with the reluctant students. David also returned to his residence. He knew the final fate of General Lawrence. This was what he found out when he asked Grand Marshal Andre's adjutant, Jekyll. Although many people had seen General Ross die on the spot, it was not leaked. Everyone at the scene had been given a gag order. No one dared to disobey orders on such matters. If news of the federal military's deputy commander being poisoned to death were to spread, it would have a huge impact on the military. The military's reputation would also be affected. David also knew that General Lawrence didn't even have a corpse left behind. Because of the large amount of disinfectant that was sprayed, General Lawrence's corpse turned into a black liquid that was sprayed out, causing the entire corpse to melt. However, what puzzled David was why the military's investigation did not mention anything about the poison needle. According to Jekyll's adjutant, the military was investigating General Roth's previous food and had yet to find the method of poisoning it. What David didn't know was that when Medikaji saw the level 4 poison, he used disinfectant to dilute the level 4 poison so that the nearby generals wouldn't be poisoned again. During this process, the tiny poison needle was flushed into the sewers. Unless the investigators entered the sewers of Planet Number 1 and searched bit by bit, they wouldn't find the needle. However, this was for the best. David felt that this operation had been very secretive and successful. Little did he know that his troubles were not over. Instead, they had gotten worse. David summoned the shadow attendant and placed a hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder, absorbing the soul energy of the 10 level 3 insectoids and the transcendent into his body. Seeing that his mental strength had not increased, he helplessly sighed. After leaving Warstar, it was probably impossible for him to quickly increase his mental strength. I wonder what kind of ability was recorded in that transcendence ball of knowledge. David thought of the dead transcendent and muttered to himself. Although that transcendent had been killed by a level 3 insectoid, this did not mean that the transcendent had been weak. On the contrary, that transcendent had been very powerful. However, the level 3 insectoid strength had increased to the peak of level 3, and the transcendent had to deal with 2 or more level 3 insectoids while also protecting Grand Marshal Andre, which was why the transcendent had lost his life. In truth, if Grand Marshal Andre had not been present, The four transcendent might have needed some time to work together, but they definitely wouldn't have needed to pay the price of their lives to get rid of these 10 level 3 insectoids. David had taken a huge risk to deal with level 3 insectoids, but he had been too impulsive at the time. When he saw that Grand Marshal Andre was in danger, he had rushed over in a moment of impulse. Fortunately, the attack power of the level 3 insectoids had increased, but their defense had decreased, giving David the chance to counterattack and save Grand Marshal Andre. As David thought about this, he had the shadow attendant list out the Transcendence Ball of Knowledge. He focused his mind on that ball of knowledge. Greatsword Mastery, 99% perfection. To his surprise, he saw this ball of knowledge. That Transcendent was actually a peak Greatsword Master. In that situation, that Transcendent had not revealed his strength at all. That Transcendent was one of Grand Marshal Andre's 4 Transcendent Guards. To be able to become Grand Marshal Andre's Transcendent Guard, he was naturally extremely strong. Unfortunately, that Transcendent had been attacked by the Red Energy Cyclops Beetle during the battle, so he couldn't use his full strength. Coupled with the influence of Grand Marshal Andre, he couldn't use his Greatsword Master ability. David's mastery of the Greatsword had also reached 99% perfection, but that didn't mean that the Greatsword Mastery, 99% perfection, Ball of Knowledge was useless to David. On the contrary, the Greatsword Mastery, 99% perfection, Ball of Knowledge was what David needed the most, because the Greatsword Master ability he had mastered was called Knight's Cross Slash, 99% perfection. Knight's Cross Slash was the way the Knight of the Great World of God used the Greatsword. After the Transcendent had accidentally obtained the Knight's Cross Slash, he had practiced it for many years and became one of the top Transcendent in the Federation. Although David had mastered the Knight's Cross Slash and had the same Greatsword Master ability as the Transcendent, he lacked the Transcendent power of the Transcendent, so the power of his Knight's Cross Slash was far inferior to the heavy axe technique he used. This Greatsword Mastery, 99% perfection, was the first time David had seen someone who could train the Greatsword to the peak of the Master level through the Federation's training method. It should be known that the Greatsword was a special weapon and not one of the Federation's conventional weapons. Only a small number of people could use it, and most of them were extremely powerful Transcendent. These Transcendent had only started to train with the Greatsword after obtaining the Transcendent weapon passed down from the Great World of God, or perhaps they were preparing to use the Transcendent weapon before learning the Greatsword. Without the accumulation from when they were weak, it was very difficult for a Transcendent to train the Greatsword from the basic level to the Grandmaster level. If one wanted to make a weapon reach the Grandmaster level, without the accumulation from when they were weak to when they were strong, the difficulty of the breakthrough would be greatly increased. This was also the reason why many Transcendent were unable to reach the Grandmaster level in weapon mastery, even though they were stronger and had their spirit greatly increased after becoming a Transcendent. Stronger strength and faster speed made it difficult for a Transcendent to experience the most basic and fundamental feeling of weapon mastery. These slowly accumulated feelings also became the biggest shackles for a Transcendent to break through to the Grandmaster level. David ordered the Shadow Attendant to channel the Greatsword Mastery, 99% perfection, into his body, and an illusion followed. He possessed the body of a young man who was using the Greatsword to hack and slash, every move extremely focused. David could feel that when a young man was hacking, the young man's spirit was active. This young man was a genius born with a strong spirit. As the practice continued, the young man slowly grew up and became more proficient in the Greatsword practice. In the young man's body, David experienced the step-by-step improvement of Greatsword mastery from beginner, proficient, expert, perfection. In this process, the young man also grew into an adult. In the illusion, David had spent 30 years, and his Greatsword mastery had also reached the peak of Grandmaster level. This dead Transcendent should have had an extremely extraordinary background. When he was young, he had set his specialty weapon as a Greatsword. This was almost 100% certain that the faction behind him, could provide him with an extremely rare weapon like the greatsword. Moreover, the faction behind him should have thought highly of this young man. It was also possible that this young man's spirit talent had been discovered, which was why they had nurtured him like this. David opened his eyes. The peak greatsword grandmaster ability had already become his own. In his mind, the two completely different systems of greatsword mastery and Knight's Cross / influenced each other when it came to the grandmaster level of the greatsword. In history, no one had ever been able to train these two completely different cultivation paths to the grandmaster level at the same time. Not to mention the peak of the master level, it was impossible for him to upgrade the application of two completely different weapons to the master level. Only David, who directly absorbed other people's lifetime of cultivation experience, could combine greatsword mastery and Knight's Cross / into one. However, due to the conflict between these two different cultivation paths, his mind was in a mess. David's right hand moved, and a grade 3 greatsword appeared in his hand. He swung the sword forward, but when he swung the sword, he felt extremely awkward. He had two ideas in his mind. One was for him to follow the greatsword mastery method of exerting force, and the other was for him to follow the Knight's Cross / method of exerting force. Because greatsword mastery and Knight's Cross / were both at 99% perfection, these two ideas were equally matched. The two ideas were rolling in his mind, and the sword he swung actually stopped in midair. If David didn't have the ability to multitask, this situation might not have happened. However, he had long been used to multitasking, and at this moment his mind was divided into two, not giving into each other. The Grandmaster level Greatsword Mastery allowed David to automatically reach the perfect state of Greatsword Mastery every time he swung the sword. It was also the peak of Greatsword Mastery. The Grandmaster level Knight's Cross / allowed David to reach the best state of Knight's Cross / when he swung the sword. It was the peak of Knight's Cross / The two peak Grandmaster level greatswords with different ideas collided. David stood in the room in a daze. His eyes were empty, and all of his mind was on this sword. The Grade 3 greatsword in David's hand shook slightly. This movement had the greatsword mastery method of exerting force, and then it shook slightly again. This time, it changed to the Knight's Cross / method of exerting force. The Grade 3 greatsword in his hand kept shaking as if it was in a tug of war. The two techniques alternated on the Grade 3 greatsword. As these two techniques alternated faster and faster, the shaking of the Grade 3 greatsword also became faster and faster. The Grade 3 greatsword in David's hand made a slight trembling sound. This sound went from soft to loud, and it reverberated in the whole room. The air beside the Grade 3 greatsword made an explosive sound, as if something was tearing the air. At this moment, David didn't know that he was in a strange state. He had the comprehension of the Knight's Cross / from the Transcendent's life. He also had the comprehension of the Greatsword Mastery from the Unknown Transcendent. Although these two comprehensions belonged to different systems, they had both reached the limit of what a greatsword could achieve. The path after the Hessian Transcendent and the Unknown Transcendent was the Greatsword Grandmaster path. However, this path lacked the most important thing, and that was a Grandmaster-level greatsword technique. David didn't know if there was a Grandmaster-level greatsword technique in the great world of God, but he was sure that the Interstellar Federation didn't have a Grandmaster-level greatsword technique. Even the First College of Iridia didn't have any records of it. The Grade 3 greatsword started shaking faster and faster. It was so fast that it almost couldn't be seen. However, the surrounding air was disturbed, and the air kept exploding. This time, the vibrations of the Grade 3 greatsword suddenly slowed down. Although it did slow down, there was a clear-cut mark in the air. This time, David's eyes became clear. The problem that had been troubling him was solved. Two completely different systems, two completely different uses of the greatsword, but they were perfectly presented by the same person. It was the Grade 3 greatsword in David's hand. In that moment, David had perfectly combined the Greatsword Mastery and the Knight's Cross / and the vibration was completely different from before. As the sword shook, the accumulated experience of the 2 decades miraculously overlapped with each other, giving David a different way of using the heavy sword. David swung the great sword again. This time, the blade of the great sword started to vibrate strangely. Following the trajectory of the sword, it seemed like space was being torn apart. Because of the experience of the Greytax Grandmaster, David was sure that he had unintentionally raised the great sword to the Grandmaster level. However, he still didn't know what direction his Greatsword Grandmaster was going to take. For example, the Greytax Grandmaster came from the Greatsword technique of the Spirit Severing. Its strongest point was to use the guidance of the Spirit Thread to deliver an extremely fast axe strike that targeted the weak points. Chapter 560. David summoned the Shadow Attendant. He wanted to confirm if he had really become a Heavy Sword Grandmaster through his status panel. Although he was very sure in his heart, the combination of 2 peak Grandmaster level Heavy Sword allowed him to somehow break through the shackles of the Grandmaster level and become a Heavy Sword Grandmaster, which made him feel like he was dreaming. The Shadow Attendant listed the contents of his status panel in front of him. He saw that Heavy Sword Mastery was still at 99% perfection, and Knight's Cross Slash was also at 99% perfection. However, there was an additional ability, Heavy Sword Space Cutting, 1% perfection, in the list of abilities. It seemed that David had developed a special technique for the heavy sword, and this technique was at the Grandmaster level as soon as it appeared. This technique was on the same level as the heavy sword technique, but the heavy sword space cutting technique was more difficult. Even if David passed down this technique, no one would be able to inherit it. This was because the prerequisites for the heavy sword space cutting were too harsh. It required both heavy sword mastery and Knight's Cross Slash to be at the peak master level. It also required a strong mind as a foundation, and at the same time, it also required one to multitask. However, David didn't think about these things at the moment. He continued to practice the heavy sword space cutting technique in his room for a while. Because the heavy sword space cutting technique was obtained through the fusion of 2 abilities, it wasn't directly passed down through the knowledge ball. Therefore, he needed to practice continuously to make the heavy sword space cutting instinctive when using a heavy sword. David spent 3 days in the Interstellar Federation Military Academy. On the morning of the 3rd day, he received a message from Principal Chaplain of the Federation Military Academy on his identity bracelet, asking him to go to the principal's office. David walked on the road of the Federation Military Academy. After 3 days, although many students were still very enthusiastic, no one came to stop him anymore. In the past 2 days, many students came to the short training class that wasn't originally valued by the Federation Military Academy students. These students' goal was naturally David. They all came to see the Federation God of War up close. After the mentor's persuasion, coupled with the fact that most of the students had seen David, the popularity of the event slowly died down. However, when the students saw David, they would still take the initiative to salute him. This made David return countless salutes along the way. When he arrived at the principal's office, David saw not only Principal Chaplain, but also Instructor Mosley, who was in charge of a short training class, and a few professors. When he saw this scene, he immediately understood what was going on. It should be the assessment arranged by Grand Marshal Andre. Colonel David, we've received orders from the Grand Marshal. Due to your special mission, we've requested the Federation Military Academy to give you an early assessment so that you can complete your studies. I've asked a few professors, and they all said that you've accumulated a lot of knowledge. Graduating shouldn't be a problem. The Academy has decided to prepare an assessment for you today. Headmaster Chaplain said to David with a smile. Actually, Headmaster Chaplain didn't want David to leave the Federation Military Academy at all. With David's current fame, the longer he stayed in the Federation Military Academy, the more glory he could bring to the Federation Military Academy. However, he had to listen to Grand Marshal Andre's orders. That was why this assessment was held. Even Headmaster Chaplain thought that if David couldn't complete the assessment, he would have a reason to stay for a while longer. "I'll listen to the Academy's orders," David replied. Headmaster Chaplin didn't say anything else. Everything would be discussed after the assessment. He nodded at a few professors beside him, and the professors started operating in front of him. Then, a screen appeared in front of David. On the screen were lines of questions. David glanced at the questions. He immediately understood that the professors were going easy on him because the difficulty of the questions was very low. It was lower than the difficulty of the graduation exams in the past. He actually didn't care about the difficulty of the questions, but he still thanked the professors in his heart. David's fingers moved quickly on the screen. Questions flashed past one by one. The professors standing beside him followed David's answers, their eyes following him. The professors nodded from time to time. Although the questions weren't difficult, for a student like David who had just entered the military academy, they were considered very difficult. However, David's speed of answering the questions was almost nonstop. They could see how relaxed David was. Headmaster Chaplin didn't even need to look at the real-time correct rate. He only needed to look at the expressions of the professors to know that David had no problem passing the assessment. As expected, after David finished answering all 600 questions, a high score that was almost full appeared in front of Headmaster Chaplin. Because it was a special case, Headmaster Chaplin immediately operated the screen in front of him after seeing the score. "Colonel David, due to your excellent results, I, on behalf of the Interstellar Federation Military Academy, present you with a graduation certificate. From today onwards, you are a graduate of the Interstellar Federation Military Academy. At the same time, due to your performance in school, you are also this year's outstanding student. These will all be included in your personal data." Headmaster Chaplin finished his operation and looked up at David, who was waiting for him. He smiled and said. David's ID bracelet on his wrist vibrated slightly. He opened it and saw the graduation certificate from Headmaster Chaplin of the Federation Military Academy, as well as the Outstanding Student Certificate. At the same time, his ID bracelet showed that he had graduated from a military academy. He was no longer a high school graduate. David had heard about the Outstanding Student before. This was what he had heard from the students when he came to the Federation Military Academy. Every outstanding student of the Federation Military Academy would have more opportunities in the future. Especially among the senior generals in the military, many of them had graduated from the Federation Military Academy. According to the tradition of the Federation Military Academy, the outstanding students of the Federation Military Academy would receive special care from the graduates of the previous years. Therefore, the competition for the Outstanding Student Certificate was very fierce every year. David didn't expect that he would receive this honor after graduating early. This was definitely the special treatment from the Federation Military Academy. Otherwise, the Federation Military Academy would have already given him a big concession by allowing him to graduate early. "Thank you, Headmaster. Thank you, professors. Thank you, Instructor Mosley." David sincerely bowed to them one by one. "Actually, I don't want you to graduate early, but you have more important things to do. If you have any trouble in the future, remember that you have the Federation Military Academy behind you. The Federation Military Academy will be your support," Headmaster Chaplin said in a deep voice. At this moment, the adjutant of Grand Marshal Andre Jikwel walked in through the door. "Colonel David, congratulations on your graduation." Jikwel's adjutant congratulated David first. David was a bit surprised by the arrival of Jikwel's adjutant. He had just finished his examination and received his graduation certificate. Jikwel's adjutant had appeared so soon. In fact, Jikwel's adjutant had been waiting in the other room for David's examination. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? "Thank you." David nodded to Jikwel's adjutant. "This is also the last time I'm calling you Colonel." Jikwel's adjutant continued. As he spoke, he took out a brocade box from his leather bag. David was startled when he heard Jikwel's adjutant say this. Then, after seeing the design of the brocade box, he guessed what it was. He had seen the design of the brocade box before. When he was promoted to colonel, his colonel rank was stored in a brocade box like this. "Grand Marshal Andre's order," Jikwel's adjutant said in a deep voice. As Jekyll's adjutant finished speaking, Headmaster Chaplin, the professors, and Instructor Mosley all stood up straight. David also immediately stood at attention. Promote David to Major General and transfer him to Planet Betalia's Planet Defense Chief, Jekyll's adjutant announced. David was not surprised that he was the first to be promoted to Major General. With his achievements, as long as he graduated from the Federation Military Academy, he would definitely be promoted to Major General. This was the promise given to him by the Warstar Military Headquarters. However, he could not understand the latter appointment. First of all, where was Planet Betalia? A star map appeared in his mind. With his current mental state, he could almost recall everything he saw. The star map in David's memory appeared in his mind. He then quickly searched for Planet Betalia. In a very distant location on the star map, he saw Planet Betalia. Planet Betalia was a mineral planet. The surface of the planet was uninhabitable for humans, but it contained a variety of special strategic minerals. Its production was extremely large, making Planet Betalia a highly valued planet. David only knew so much about Planet Betalia. If you want to know more, you would have to look it up on Skynet. Yes, sir. David did not have time to think too much. This was an order from Grand Marshal Andre, and he had to accept it. At the same time, he also knew that Grand Marshal Andre would not harm him. Headmaster Chaplin, on the other hand, knew more than David. The position of Planet Defense Chief was very special and could only be held under a few circumstances. A general with no future would be appointed as the Planet Defense Chief. This meant that this general would retire in the position of Planet Defense Chief. Another kind of general with a bright future would be appointed as the Planet Defense Chief. This was because only with this kind of experience would one have the qualifications to be promoted to a higher rank. Planet Betalia was a very famous mineral planet. The surface of the planet only had mining areas and an army. There were no superfluous humans living there. As long as there were no problems during the term, it would be a great achievement. Subsequent promotions would be very easy. On the other hand, a planet with many different forces, although it looked prosperous, it was not easy to make achievements. Besides, the power of the people there was very low and was restricted by many forces. What Headmaster Chaplin did not understand was that if Grand Marshal Andre really wanted to repay David for saving his life, there were many better positions for him to choose from. With the degree of desolation of Planet Betalia, people of David's age would be very lonely there. Jekyll's adjutant opened the brocade box, revealing a set of Major General's insignia. He took out the Major General's insignia from the brocade box and put on David. Gentlemen, I have something to discuss with Major General David in private. I will leave with David first. Jekyll's adjutant said to the others in the office after finishing everything. Jekyll's adjutant took David to the room next door. There was a transcendent waiting there. It was Grand Marshal Andre's transcendent guard. The transcendent took out a shielding device, turned it on, and walked out of the room to stand at the door. It seemed that he did not want anyone to disturb the conversation in the room. The shielding device could isolate sound, and at the same time, it would make all the surveillance in the room useless. David understood that Jekyll's adjutant must have something important to tell him. Major General David, the Grand Marshal wants me to tell you that the military of Planet Betalia is the dominant force. You will be very safe there. You can train there in peace for a year. When the Grand Marshal has solved the problem, he will transfer you back. Jekyll's adjutant said in a deep voice. Hearing Jekyll's adjutant's explanation, David also understood Grand Marshal Andre's plan. What place could be safer than a planet dominated by the military? David used to be the highest military officer there. In fact, it could be said that the military there was protecting David. Although David did not know where the problem Grand Marshal Andre mentioned came from, according to Grand Marshal Andre, it could be solved in a year. He naturally believed in Grand Marshal Andre. At the same time, he also needed a quiet time to go through the stage of rebuilding his foundation. A year on Planet Betalia might be a good opportunity for him to train in peace. Anyway, he had enough resources. In addition, The Major General himself had the corresponding resources to provide him. He did not have to worry about training for a year. Thank you for your concern, Grand Marshal. David thanked Jekyll's adjutant. In addition, the Grand Marshal also has special instructions for your training resources. You have the same cultivation resources as the elite Transcendent. At the same time, your battleship has been readied for you. There is also a set of equipment that the Grand Marshal has prepared for you on the battleship. Take a look, Jekyll's adjutant said with a smile. David did not expect Grand Marshal Andre to have prepared so much for him. Although he did not know what kind of battleship and equipment Grand Marshal Andre had prepared for him, he thought that anything that could make Grand Marshal Andre take action would not be ordinary. Previously, he was still thinking about his training resources. Now, he did not need to think about it. Although he did not know what the cultivation resources of the elite Transcendent were like, he still had some understanding of the resources of the military Transcendent. Those military Transcendent were not the elite Transcendent, but they were very rich in resources. The battleship is parked at the Military Academy's airport. This is the battleship's authority. It will be transferred to you, Jekyll's adjutant said. He operated it through his identity bracelet, and a new authority was added to David's identity bracelet. David returned to the classroom before leaving. Although he did not spend much time with these students, he still made a few friends in the class. It was not for anything else, but to say goodbye to those friends and return to the classroom. Sir, David stood outside the door and said loudly, "Come in." A lecturer in class said in a low voice. As the professor had something to do in the morning, the lecturer was in charge of the morning class. When David walked into the classroom, all the students in the classroom looked at him. They all saw David's Major General rank. Chapter 561. That's all for this class. Use the rest of the time to study. The lecturer obviously knew something and said with a smile when he saw David come in. When the lecturer walked out of the classroom, all the students in the classroom became excited. They surrounded David and looked at his Major General rank with envy. In the entire short training class, only Colonel Bloom had the possibility of becoming a Major General after graduation. The rest of them were very far away from the rank of Major General, even if they could be promoted. Even Colonel Bloom couldn't guarantee that he could become a Major General. There were too many possibilities and unknowns. Everyone, I have a mission and need to leave the military academy. I'm here to say goodbye. David looked at the students and said, "Why are you leaving so soon? What about your studies?" Colonel Beckett couldn't help but ask. Beckett, David came to the Federation Military Academy to prepare for his promotion to Major General. Now that he's successfully promoted, is studying still important? Colonel Bloom said with a smile, "I passed the Military Academy's graduation exam and got my graduation certificate." David explained with a smile. "God, you're so lucky," Colonel Bloom exclaimed. However, he immediately thought of what David did before. He saved Grand Marshal Andre. How could Grand Marshal Andre not do anything? Although he thought this, the envy in his heart didn't decrease at all. Instead, it deepened. As long as David developed in the military, everything would be smooth sailing. David was already a Major General now. Perhaps the next time they met, he would already be a Lieutenant General. David chatted with the students for a while and exchanged contact information with a few students he was close with. Only then did he leave the classroom. He returned to his residence and picked up the normal exoskeleton armor and the level 3 heavy axe that he left at his residence. He also put the other items into his portal bag. When he left the teaching area, David couldn't help but look back. He thought he would stay here for a year, but things were always unexpected. He only stayed for a short period of time before leaving. When David arrived at the airport, he saw a black destroyer in the distance. The reason he saw the destroyer at a glance was because although there were many spaceships parked at the airport, this was the first time he had seen a destroyer of this type. Through the authority information in his identity bracelet, he knew that he was going to own a destroyer. Arriving in front of the destroyer, David activated his authority. Then, the destroyer's driver's seat opened a gangway, and he walked into the destroyer through the gangway. Because the gangway led directly to the cockpit, he was currently in the cockpit, but he didn't see any crew members. Welcome, Captain. Advanced Battle Artificial Intelligence Keats is at your service. As soon as he entered the destroyer, David heard a mechanical sound. Advanced Combat Intelligence. David was immediately attracted by the name. He had the master-level space combat research knowledge system, so he knew what a high-level combat AI was. A high-level combat AI was the result of a special military research. It was a high-level AI that was cultivated by simulating the human brain. This kind of AI had advantages that normal AI systems couldn't hope to match, whether it was in handling affairs or responding to unexpected events. Because of the difficulty and cost of manufacturing, high-level combat AI wasn't widely available in the military. There were only a few experimental warships. Keats, introduce the warship to me. After David learned that this destroyer had a high-level combat AI, he was very curious about this destroyer. Captain, this is the only source-type machine. It has a fully automated design. It is equipped with front and rear Star Destroyer main cannons, 2 experimental wave cannons, 2 positive ion irradiation cannons, 2 ion rail cannons, cluster missile launchers, anti-air firepower net, and energy shield. It is equipped with a kryptonite engine made of various materials. It can reach the speed of light in 2 seconds. Keats' mechanical voice introduced. David's mouth was wide open as he listened to Keats' introduction in disbelief. The Star Destroyer main cannons were the standard for this type of large warship. It was also the main firepower output. Although it had one more Star Destroyer cannon than normal large warships, it was still considered normal. However, the experimental wave cannons, positive ion irradiation cannons, and ion rail cannons were all experimental weapons. If it wasn't for David's master-level space combat research knowledge system, he probably wouldn't have even heard of them. The cluster missile launchers weren't standard either. This type of launcher that could instantly fire thousands of missiles could only be seen on aircraft carriers. As for the kryptonite engine made of materials, there probably weren't that many in the entire Federation. With the size of the kryptonite engine of a large warship, the amount of materials required would definitely be an enormous number. More importantly, if one wanted to make an engine out of materials, the alloy ratio was the most difficult part. David shook his head. When he went to see Grand Marshal Andre, the Grand Marshal hadn't said a single word of thanks for saving his life. However, from the way Grand Marshal Andre handled things, it could be seen that Grand Marshal Andre was still very grateful to him. Keats, how many crew members does this warship have? David was still curious about the fact that there wasn't a single crew member in the cockpit. He couldn't help but ask. Captain, this warship doesn't need human crew members. The bodies of ordinary human crew members can't withstand the maximum power of the engine. 2 seconds of entering light speed will cause the bodies of ordinary human crew members to collapse. Keats replied. David hadn't expected that such a large warship wouldn't have a single crew member. He was the only person on the entire ship. That's fine too, David said to himself with a smile. He had many secrets. As long as he was on this warship, his secrets wouldn't be known to anyone else. After all, Grand Marshal Andre had given him this destroyer as a gift. The authority he received was the ownership of this destroyer, not just the right to use it. Keats, target planet Bedalia. Set sail. David issued an order to Keats. Target planet Bedalia. You'll need to pass through 2 spatial gates. This warship has special passage rights. Set the best route. Starting engine. Entering light speed. Keats' voice rang out. David felt the hull of the destroyer shake. Then he felt a strong, pulling force coming from all directions. This was the result of forcefully entering light speed. Just as Keats had explained, if an ordinary person were to withstand this pulling force, their body would be severely damaged or even die. This pulling force came and went quickly. When the destroyer stabilized at light speed, the interior of the ship returned to normal. David didn't bother with the navigation. Having the advanced combat AI pilot the warship wouldn't just be a simple piloting task. Even if it were to participate in aerial combat, it would do its best. He sat down on the captain's chair in the middle of the cockpit and opened the captain's handbook. This was a collection of all the information on this destroyer. David didn't look through the captain's handbook in its entirety. Instead, he first opened up the battleship schematics and memorized the internal structure. When he saw the internal schematics, he finally understood the design of this destroyer. Apart from the cockpit, the captain's lounge, a 1,000-square-meter training ground, and a hangar, the rest of the area was completely filled with weapons. Considering that this destroyer was just an experimental type of source-type machine, it was understandable. Such a destroyer was researched to create a destroyer with the greatest combat power. For this reason, the designer had removed all the areas that should have been used for the entertainment of thousands of people. They had even used up all the available space, all for the sake of cramming in those powerful and space-occupying weapon systems. Seeing the schematics, David didn't have to worry about getting lost in the warship. This was because there were only a few areas he could enter. The rest of the area was maintained by various special models of robots, all under Keith's control. No wonder there was no need for a crew. David stood up and turned to walk towards the captain's lounge. He still remembered that Grand Marshal Andre had prepared a set of equipment for him. Behind the cockpit was a 1,000-square-meter training ground. Past the training ground was the captain's lounge. This destroyer's internal structure was completely different from other warships. Walking into the captain's lounge, David saw an exquisitely decorated suite. There was a living room, a dining room, a study, a kitchen, a bathroom, and everything else. At least in military, it was very rare for him to see a suite that had everything. This made him involuntarily think of the aircraft carrier Grand Marshal Andre rode on. Could this destroyer also be one of Grand Marshal Andre's homes? It was no wonder David would think this. With the size of an aircraft carrier, Grand Marshal Andre couldn't have ridden it everywhere he went. There had to be other ships, and the design style here was clearly the same as Grand Marshal Andre's home on the aircraft carrier. David didn't know if his guess was right. He couldn't prove anything, so he could only suppress his guess. On the floor of the living room, there was an exoskeleton armor loading box and a weapon box. David first opened the weapon box and saw a level 4 AP inside. He picked up the level 4 AP from the weapon box. This level 4 AP had a strange pattern on the hilt. This made him understand that this level 4 AP in his hand was a quasi-transcendent weapon. From Grand Marshal Andre's point of view, once David became a transcendent, a quasi-transcendent weapon would be more suitable for David. Although this wasn't the heavy axe that David was good at, a quasi-transcendent weapon with a special effect could be compared to a weapon grandmaster in a battle. Think about it. In a battle of the same level, as long as a quasi-transcendent weapon's special effect was activated, whether it was slowing or weakening, it could instantly put the opponent in extreme danger. The battle could also end in an instant. Therefore, Grand Marshal Andre prepared this level 4 quasi-transcendent AP for David. This was also because he was optimistic that David would become a transcendent, so he prepared it for David in advance. David was very satisfied with this level 4 AP. He had just become a heavy sword grandmaster, and he already had a suitable weapon. This allowed him to unleash the power of a grandmaster without exposing his level 5 axe. He touched the pattern on the hilt of the level 4 quasi-transcendent AP with his spirit. Then, the effect of the pattern was reflected back to his spirit, allowing him to understand the name and special effect of this level 4 quasi-transcendent AP. Decelerating AP was the name of the level 4 quasi-transcendent AP. Just by looking at the name, one could tell that its special effect was deceleration, and it could be used once a day. Although the deceleration effect could only be used once, it was enough for David. He had the AP space cutting ability, which was equivalent to another special effect with no restrictions. David put away the decelerating AP and looked at the exoskeleton armor loading box. To be honest, he wasn't interested in other exoskeleton armors because his own exoskeleton armor was extraordinary. In many battles, his custom-made exoskeleton armor had shown that its performance was far superior to other exoskeleton armors. David activated the exoskeleton armor loading box with his ID bracelet. Then, the exoskeleton armor loading box opened, and the exoskeleton armor inside unfolded. He didn't put on the armor. Instead, he set the exoskeleton armor to display mode. In this mode, the exoskeleton armor showed the appearance of the armor. To David's surprise, the exoskeleton armor in front of him was a golden light. He didn't think that it was a level 5 material. Although the golden light was very similar to the golden light of a level 5 material, he could still tell the difference between the two since he had a level 5 axe. What appeared in front of David was a set of familiar exoskeleton armor. It was the unbelievably beautiful ceremonial exoskeleton armor. David didn't understand why Grand Marshal Andre would give him such a ceremonial exoskeleton armor. This kind of ceremonial exoskeleton armor was just for show. It didn't have any combat ability. However, when he put his hand on the ceremonial exoskeleton armor, he knew that his judgment was wrong. The ceremonial exoskeleton armor was coated with a layer of gold. However, when he touched it, the material told him that it was a level 3 exoskeleton armor. This made David interested. He chose to put on the armor. Then, the ceremonial exoskeleton armor wrapped around his body. The helmet showed the data of the golden exoskeleton armor. David realized that he had underestimated this exoskeleton armor. This exoskeleton armor was designed and made by the best exoskeleton armor master in the Federation. The main material was a level 3 material. The main reason why it didn't use a level 4 material was that level 4 material was not allowed to be used to make exoskeleton armor. There was an unwritten rule in the Federation that a level 4 material must have the strength of a transcendent. Because David's strength was stronger than some transcendent, Grand Marshal Andre had no problem giving David a level 4 transcendent pay. However, it was a waste to use a level 4 material for an exoskeleton armor. Even Grand Marshal Andre didn't want to leave such an impression that he used a precious level 4 material to make an exoskeleton armor. Chapter 562. The data on the helmet of the golden exoskeleton armor was even higher than the custom-made exoskeleton armor David used, especially the power system. It was a small Krypton engine that was directly made of third-grade materials. He had seen a lot of exoskeleton armors, but he had never seen such a Krypton engine. The stronger the engine material, the higher the endurance of the engine, allowing it to burst out more energy without any scruples. With such energy, the golden exoskeleton armor could be equipped with more functions. Among them, the flight function was to add many jets on the entire body, allowing the golden exoskeleton armor to fly at super high speed. David was most interested in the fact that the exoskeleton armor could use a large amount of energy to activate the environment and integrate into the system. This made the original golden shell not a burden when it came to stealth. David also found a function on the golden exoskeleton armor that should not have appeared on the exoskeleton armor at all. This golden exoskeleton armor could actually activate an energy shield. This was the benefit of having sufficient energy. With a powerful engine output, the exoskeleton armor could provide energy to support the energy shield. Although the performance of this energy shield could only be regarded as average, it could only protect a single target, so its defensive ability was still very good. This was much stronger than the thin energy shield on the custom-made exoskeleton armor that only had an isolation effect and no defensive ability. What a pity, why is it golden? David looked at the information of the golden exoskeleton armor and muttered to himself unwillingly. However, he immediately realized that this exoskeleton armor was definitely not designed with this appearance in the past. The reason why it was designed with the appearance of the concierge exoskeleton armor should be because he wore the golden concierge exoskeleton armor during the military parade. Grand Marshal Andre wanted David to wear this golden exoskeleton armor so that everyone watching the live broadcast would immediately know that David was the Federation's god of war. The original golden concierge exoskeleton armor was too trashy and could not fight at all. Grand Marshal Andre had prepared this replacement for David. This was also the symbol of David's identity as the Federation's god of war. Since there was no one else on the destroyer, David put on the golden exoskeleton armor. He needed to familiarize himself with the functions of this exoskeleton armor. Time flew by, and it was dinner time. He walked into the kitchen. Originally, he wanted to show off his skills and cook a delicious meal for himself. In the kitchen, he saw an ordering machine next to the traditional kitchen utensils. David's finger clicked on the screen of the ordering machine. The dishes on the screen were divided into many categories. Almost all the dishes he had heard of were available, and some drinks were also available. He tried to click on a set meal, and a message appeared on the screen, "Please wait." David was curious. He had the shadow servant look around the kitchen through the wall. Below the kitchen, he saw a robot hand taking out a piece of beef from the culture fluid. There was another robot hand taking out a fish from another part of the culture fluid. From David's point of view as a culinary grandmaster, this cooking skill was definitely at the level of a master. Needless to say, an AI with this kind of ability was probably something that Kit's high-level battle cry could do personally. David waited for less than 5 minutes, and a meal was delivered to the table by the robot. David's guess was not wrong. This destroyer was prepared by Grand Marshal Andre for himself. Sometimes, he needed a spaceship like this when he needed to carry out a secret mission. Anyone could be bought, but a self-cultivated high-level combat AI could not be bought. Riding on a spaceship like this could guarantee one's safety. Because David had saved Grand Marshal Andre, Grand Marshal Andre did not say much. However, he was very considerate of David. This destroyer that Grand Marshal Andre built and had not been used yet was a way for Grand Marshal Andre to repay David. After a day of sailing, the destroyer arrived at the first portal. David was prepared to turn on the display mode of his identity bracelet so that the portal could check and verify his identity. This way, he would be able to pass through faster because of the Grand Marshal medal. However, the portal did not check his identity. It only scanned the destroyer's authorization and immediately let him through. David was worried that the sonic iron beetle in the shadow attendant's summoning ring would be exposed. He let the shadow attendant fly out of the destroyer and out of the portal's scanning range like last time. However, this time, the portal did not scan and directly entered the portal's mode. Fortunately, David reacted quickly and immediately recalled the shadow attendant. Otherwise, he did not know what would happen if the shadow attendant was left on the other side of the portal. After this, he also knew that this destroyer was not only special in terms of configuration, but also in terms of authorization. At least, it was much higher than his Grand Marshal status. Even the portal did not scan the destroyer's interior. This was originally a mandatory rule, but as long as it was a rule, there would always be privileges. Once again, the destroyer entered the speed of light mode and passed through another portal midway. Only then did they enter the Interstellar Federation's most remote star field. When they were 1 day away from planet Bedalia, David had been sailing in space for 22 days. This was because the destroyer was faster than normal warships and could continuously travel at the speed of light. If it was a normal spaceship, it would take at least a month to reach this place from the planet of origin. Beep, beep, beep. The alarm sounded continuously. Keats, what's going on? David, who was eating, was stunned when he heard the sound. He quickly asked, "Captain, we received a distress signal." The signal came from a distance of 2,000 kilometers. Keats immediately replied, "Keats, go and take a look. Also, prepare for battle at any time." David immediately ordered when he heard the distress signal. This place was close to planet Bedalia. He was here as the planet's defense chief. It was very likely that what happened here was related to planet Bedalia. It must be known that planet Bedalia was located in a very desolate airspace. In this airspace, other than planet Bedalia, there were only a few slightly lower value mining planets that were not protected by the military. The closest administrative planet to planet Bedalia would take a destroyer 5 days to reach with its speed. Because this place was remote, there were no portals installed. Therefore, as long as a spaceship appeared in this area, it would most likely be related to planet Bedalia. Combat order received. Activate combat mode. Keats was very sensitive to the words "prepare for battle." After David said this, he activated the destroyer's combat mode. David felt the destroyer's engine power increase. An energy shield appeared outside the destroyer, and at the same time, the hidden weapons system revealed their fangs. Originally, from the outside, this destroyer only had two Star Destroyer main cannons, one at the front and one at the back. Although its firepower had increased, it was not too special. Now, however, cannons had appeared all over the destroyer's hull. These were the wave cannons, positive ion irradiation cannons, and ion railguns that could not normally be seen. These weapons would have some problems dealing with the insectoids, but they were very powerful against spaceships in space. The destroyer only needed to enter the speed of light for a short period of time to arrive near the area where the signal came from. As soon as the destroyer appeared, David saw the image scanned by the destroyer on the screen in the cockpit. David did not know what model the destroyer scanning system was, but the scanning speed was a little shocking. The result was almost instantaneous. It was no wonder Keats dared to let the destroyer appear directly in the area where the signal came from. On the screen, three armed spaceships were surrounding a heavy-duty transport spaceship. The heavy-duty transport spaceship's energy shield was on the verge of collapse. After discovering the destroyer's appearance, the three armed spaceships stopped attacking. At the same time, the heavy-duty transport spaceship sent a message. This is a cargo spaceship from planet Bedalia's Guillermo Minerals. We are currently under attack by space pirates. Please help. David did not completely believe this statement. He had just arrived at planet Bedalia and was not clear about the situation there, but he could not just stand by and watch. I am planet Bedalia's defense chief. Please show me your identification. David sent a message to the four spaceships at the same time. David's request immediately received a response from the heavy-duty transport spaceship. From a spaceship's identification to the identity bracelets of all the personnel on board, it was clear that this was a cargo spaceship from Guillermo Minerals. The other three armed spaceships did not respond. They probably did not want to show their identification. These three armed spaceships were clearly military frigates. It was just unknown where these space pirates had gotten their hands on these frigates. It should be known that frigates could not be purchased through official channels. It was probably for this reason that they did not want to reveal their identities. Captain, what do we do? In one of the frigates, the first mate asked the captain, where did this destroyer come from? It actually dares to pretend to be a planet's defense force. No matter how powerful this destroyer is, do you think it can defeat our three frigates? The captain sneered. Captain, this destroyer serial number was not found in the database. The scanner also reported. The scanner scanned the destroyer's hull. If there was a battleship in the Tondas Starfield's battleship database, the corresponding serial number would be given. However, the scan results showed that there was no matching battleship. We came out to make a small fortune. Unexpectedly, we encountered such a situation. Prepare to destroy it. When the captain heard that there was no matching battleship, he let out a sigh of relief. He was also worried that it might be a military battleship passing by. If it really was, then it would be troublesome. Since there was no scan result, it meant that this destroyer was not a military battleship. It should have been bought from the black market. Although the forces behind this destroyer were very powerful, as long as it was not a military battleship, he did not care at all. This was also because their authority was too small, so small that they did not have the ability to check the destroyer's identity. That was why such a result had occurred. If they sent an identity check to the destroyer, then they would naturally receive the destroyer's special authority. The three armed ships turned at the same time, turning towards the destroyer. At the same time, they began to charge their main cannons. Captain, we found three frigates. They are planet Bedalia's defense force frigates. Should we destroy them? Kitts asked David at this moment. David was shocked. He thought that these were space pirates. He did not expect them to be his own subordinates. It was hard to imagine that the planet Bedalia's defense force would turn into space pirates and rob cargo ships in space. Kitts, send control authority to the three frigates. Take back the control authority of all the crew members. David ordered in a low voice, sending control authority to the captain. Send successful. Kit's voice replied. As Kit's voice ended, the three frigates' main cannons suddenly stopped charging. What's going on? Why did the main cannons stop charging? The captain roared. In a space battle like this, every second of initiative was a fatal advantage. But now, the main cannons had malfunctioned. At the same time, the other two frigates also reported the situation with their main cannons. The first mate stared blankly at the screen in front of him, not answering the captain's question. First mate, find out the cause immediately, the captain ordered. Then, he ordered the helmsman, turn immediately, prepare to avoid the attack. Captain, the hull can't be controlled. I've lost control authority. The helmsman quickly replied. What the hell is going on? The captain was about to go crazy. Normally, training went smoothly, but in actual combat, such a huge problem had occurred. Captain, you better take a look at this, the first mate said, pointing at the screen with a bitter expression. The captain turned to look at the screen. A string of red words appeared on it. All control authority of the frigates has been locked. Seeing this string of red words, the captain's throat moved up and down. He knew very well what the situation was. There was only one possibility for this situation. Someone with a higher authority in the same army had taken back control of the ship and locked it down. Apart from the highest-ranking officer in the military, the only one with such authority was the immediate officer. Needless to say, the one sitting in the destroyer opposite them was Planet Betalia's defense chief. The position of Planet Betalia's defense chief had been vacant for 3 months, and no new defense chief had been appointed. He didn't expect to meet one here. The captain sat heavily on the captain's chair. He knew what his fate would be. Using military weapons and equipment in the military for other matters unrelated to military operations would result in a court-martial. Not to mention using a frigate to rob. It was estimated that from now on, he could only stay on the mining planet and mine. Chapter 563. Gilmer Minerals Cargo Ship. I'll take care of this. Please leave this area as soon as possible. David ordered the heavy transport ship through the channel. We'll leave immediately. The heavy transport ship was already very happy to be able to leave safely. They didn't know what had happened, and they didn't want to know either. The only thing they wanted to do was to leave immediately. The huge, heavy transport ship slowly accelerated and flew into the distance. The 3 frigates wanted to deplete the heavy transport ship's energy shield and then board the ship to rob it. Otherwise, the heavy transport ship would have been destroyed by a few shots from the main cannons. The reason David ordered the heavy transport ship to leave was because he didn't want outsiders to see the evil deeds of the planet's defense force. This kind of thing could be secretly judged in the military, and it definitely couldn't be made public. It would cause panic in this area. After the heavy transport ship disappeared, David ordered the destroyer to approach the main frigate of the 3 frigates. He put on the golden exoskeleton armor and carried the decelerating greatsword on his back. After the destroyer connected with the frigate, he walked into the frigate through the passage. David wasn't worried about Kaji in the frigate. As long as there was no powerful transcendent, he wasn't afraid of close combat at all. When he walked into the cockpit wearing the golden exoskeleton armor, all the crew members were shocked. The military had organized and watched the thrilling military parade. Naturally, they had seen the powerful figure of the Federation's god of war in the golden exoskeleton armor. There was a golden star on the shoulder of the exoskeleton armor. That was the rank of Major General. Although they didn't know if David was the Federation's god of war, a Major General who could lock onto their frigate wouldn't do something like impersonate the Federation's god of war. I am Major General David, the new commander of Planet Bedalia's defense force. Who is the captain? David looked around and asked loudly. Captain Malcolm stood up and saluted David. I am Major Malcolm, the commander of the 4th Fleet of Planet Bedalia's defense force. Major Malcolm, do you know what my first impression was when I saw you? David said in a deep voice. Captain Malcolm didn't say anything, but his eyes kept darting around. I feel nauseous, David continued. Then he looked at the crew around him and said loudly, And you guys, you've humiliated me. Captain, we haven't had any supplies for 3 months. Our brothers can't hold on any longer. Captain Malcolm grumbled. David glared coldly at Captain Malcolm. 3 months without supplies. That's the reason why you become space pirates. If you don't have supplies, you can ask the Tonga Starfield's military or complain to the Department of Inspection. These are all ways to solve the problem, not robbery. Captain Malcolm glanced at David's military rank and sneered. Major General David, I'm afraid you haven't been in the lower ranks before. You don't know the situation of the lower ranks, do you? I've killed 173 level 3 insectoids on planet Warstar and received the Silver Star, Gold Star, and Knight of the Nation medals. I've never lived in the military of a peaceful region. No matter how harsh the conditions here are, I don't think they're as harsh as planet Warstar. Are they? David asked calmly. You're the Federation's god of war. The first mate finally couldn't help but exclaim. They had been skeptical before, but after David announced his achievements, everyone understood that only one Kaji in the entire Federation could kill 173 level 3 insectoids. That was the Federation's god of war. He's not the Federation's god of war. He's just an imposter. Can't you see that he's carrying a great sword on his back, not a great axe? Captain Malcolm's expression changed as he shouted. At this moment, all the crew members noticed that David was indeed carrying a great sword on his back, not the great axe they had seen on the live broadcast. Kaji, surround him. As long as we kill him, we'll be able to escape. Captain Malcolm shouted. Following Captain Malcolm's shout, 18 Kaji rushed in from outside the cockpit and surrounded David. Seeing that David had been surrounded, Captain Malcolm breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm very skeptical about your achievements on planet Warstar. You directly docked with a destroyer and came here without any warning. Either you're extremely confident or you're just arrogant. Are you the child of some important person in the military? However, no matter who you are, for our safety, you must die. David glanced at the Kaji around him and said, According to military rules, if you attack your immediate superior has the right to kill you on the spot. I've already recorded a video as evidence. It's not too late for you to surrender. These were all Kaji in the military. If they were willing to put down their weapons, David wouldn't make things difficult for them. Even if they were guilty, they would be sent to the military court, not slaughtered by him. Captain Malcolm was afraid that the Kaji would be frightened by David, so he hurriedly shouted, Kill him! Just as the 18 Kaji raised their weapons, David moved. The greatsword on his back appeared in his hand, and the faint purple light unique to a rank 4 weapon pulsed in his hand. Since this was his first time using the greatsword's spatial slice after becoming a Grandmaster, he didn't control it well. He had been madly practicing the spatial slice every day recently, and the moment the greatsword was swung out, it was activated. The faint purple light swept across the Kaji around him. It didn't matter if it was a warhammer, a shield, or any other heavy weapons. None of them could block the level 4 decelerating heavy sword, not to mention the Grandmaster level heavy sword space slicer. The spatial slice of the greatsword made David's sword move even faster, as if there was no air resistance. In addition, most of the Kaji were rank 1 weapons. The huge difference in weapons and combat power meant that the battle ended as soon as it started. The strongest Kaji here was only an intermediate. The real experts had already been transferred to Warstar to participate in the battle. Those who were left behind were the weakest. The faint purple light circled around, and the cockpit fell silent. Only the sound of blood spurting out could be heard. The 18 Kaji had all been cut in half by the sword light. The 18 Kaji had all paid the price. Their corpses weren't even whole. Federation War God, someone softly called out. All the crew members immediately understood that the one in front of them was the Federation War God. They didn't even have the slightest thought of resisting. Captain Malcolm's face was also pale. His previous efforts had been reduced to a joke in front of David's overwhelming strength. 18 Kaji died because of your orders. Major Malcolm, your crimes have increased. Do you want to pick up a weapon from the ground? I will give you a glorious death. David said in a low voice. I surrender. Captain Malcolm said weakly. He had lost the last of his strength. David looked at Captain Malcolm with disdain, then looked at the rest of the crew. Everyone lowered their heads, not daring to look him in the eye. You come with me. David pointed at the first mate. The first mate didn't understand why David called him, but he didn't dare refuse. The impact of the 18 corpses here was too terrifying. David brought the first mate back to the cockpit of the destroyer. There were no extra seats, so the first mate could only stand. Tell me about the situation of Planet Betalia's defense force, David said in a low voice. General, what do you want to know? When the first mate heard David's question, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He could answer this question. Everything you know. Tell me as much as you can remember. David continued. Yes, General, the first mate replied. He continued, Planet Betalia's defense force is currently organized into 4 fleets. Each fleet is organized into 5 warships. Other than our 4th fleet, the other 3 fleets have just rotated in the past 10 days. Yeah, you said that 3 of the 4 fleets have just rotated. Did they rotate often in the past? David immediately noticed the problem. Not in the past. Who would be willing to come to Planet Betalia to suffer? At this point, the first mate suddenly remembered that David opposite him had just arrived. He quickly changed his words and said, Usually, it's very difficult to be transferred after serving on Planet Betalia until they retire. David tapped the armrest of the chair a few times. He didn't know if these 3 fleets were transferred by Grand Marshal Andre, or if they were transferred by Grand Marshal Andre's opponents. It seemed that working on Planet Betalia wasn't as easy as he thought. He needed to be more careful. Tell me, why did you rob? David asked again. When he asked Captain Malcolm earlier, Captain Malcolm's answer was not clear. David wanted to know more about the situation. 3 months ago, the defense captain was transferred. After that, Planet Betalia's defense force no longer had a defense captain. The military no longer provided Kaji training resources. The Kaji complain a lot, so Captain Malcolm organized several robberies as training resources for the Kaji. At the same time, he also gave some credits to the rest of the crew. The first mate replied, What about the other 2 frigates of the 4th fleet? David asked as only 3 frigates participated in the robbery this time. The captains of the 2 frigates didn't agree with the plan, so they didn't participate. The first mate answered honestly. David nodded. This meant that Planet Betalia's defense force wasn't completely rotten. Didn't the other 3 fleets participate in the robberies? David asked. They don't need it. They're much better than us in terms of equipment and supplies. If it weren't for that, we would have been able to hold on for a while. It's because they're not convinced that they came out to rob. The first mate was very angry when he mentioned the other 3 fleets. David's eyes flickered a few times. He was even more suspicious of the 3 fleets. Tell me more about the other forces on Planet Betalia. David didn't ask about the military anymore. Instead, he asked about other aspects. There are 3 major mining companies on Planet Betalia and 8 small mining companies. Their spaceships aren't armed. There are only 2 or 3 Kaji escorting them on spaceships. The first mate replied, You know a lot about them. David could tell that this was information gathered for the purpose of the robbery. Otherwise, they wouldn't know about the defense forces on the spaceships so clearly. In fact, almost all mining companies wouldn't leave too many Kaji on their cargo spaceships. The cost of hiring Kaji was too high. In addition, there were very few Kaji willing to escort cargo spaceships. Whether it was for the sake of cost or the practical situation, mining companies were not allowed to arrange more combat forces on their cargo spaceships. Of course, this was also because this star field was too remote. Even the number of space pirates was very small. Robberies were rare. In addition, the cargo on the cargo spaceships was relatively special. It wasn't easy to get rid of them. After David had a general understanding of the situation on Planet Betalia, he sent the first mate back to the frigate. Then, he used the tractor beam to pull the 3 frigates behind the destroyer and flew in the direction of Planet Betalia. When the fleet of 4 warships approached Planet Betalia, 5 frigates came to greet them. I'm Captain Houseman of the 3rd Fleet of the Planet Betalia Defense Force. Please show me your identity. Why are you detaining my warship? Captain Houseman of the 3rd Fleet of the Planet Betalia Defense Force asked through the public channel. This is my ID. I'm taking over the position of Planet Betalia's Defense Force Commander. David said as he passed his ID over. "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't know it was you." Captain Houseman immediately connected the video call and said with a salute in the video, "Notify the law enforcement team to take over all the crew of these 3 frigates." David ordered in a deep voice. Captain Houseman was stunned. He somewhat understood what was going on. He knew a little about the military forces in remote areas. Some of them would do things that were out of line, especially when the 4th Fleet quietly left planet Betelgeuse a few days ago. Since there was no Defense Force commander and no one could order Captain Malcolm, the 4th Fleet could only do as they pleased. "Yes, sir," Captain Houseman replied loudly. Captain Houseman's 3rd Fleet of the planet Betelgeuse escorted David's destroyer to the spaceport of the Defense Force. The spaceport here was very simple. It could only accommodate warships and did not have much defensive capabilities. It was obvious that the planet Betelgeuse Defense Force was not taken seriously. Just as David parked the destroyer in the spaceport, 3 small white law enforcement spaceships took over the 3 frigates. The law enforcement team would take care of the rest. David did not intend to intervene. Chapter 564. Leaving the destroyer at the spaceport, David took the landing ship and flew to the surface of planet Betelgeuse. There was no water on the surface of planet Betelgeuse. There were craters everywhere. This kind of planet, without an atmosphere, had no protection in space and would be attacked by meteorites from time to time. This place was not suitable for human survival, but there was a large base on the surface. After David's landing ship was authenticated, he flew into the base. When he walked down from the landing ship, he saw a few majors waiting for him. Captain Faulkner of the 1st Fleet greets the Chief of Defense. Captain Noel of the 2nd Fleet greets the Chief of Defense. Captain Houseman of the 3rd Fleet greets the Chief of Defense. Major Handel of the Logistics Department greets the Chief of Defense. After the majors saluted David, they introduced themselves one by one. David's spirit was very sensitive. He immediately sensed the hostility of the 3 captains towards him. Although the 3 captains hid it very well, they could not hide it in front of him unless there was no hostility at all. However, he could not rely on this to take down the 3 captains. As long as they did not do anything, he could not do anything. "Captain Houseman, you are very fast." David nodded lightly to the majors and said to Captain Houseman. He came back together with Captain Houseman. Although the other party was hostile to him, he deliberately came back before him and greeted him here. Captain Houseman was a fat major in his 30s. He looked very kind on the surface. When David spoke, his face was full of smiles as if he wanted to close the distance between them. "Chief of Defense, are you the Federation's god of war?" Major Handel of the Logistics Department asked with his eyes shining. Major Handel had long heard that the 3 frigates of the 4th Fleet were caught by David pretending to be space pirates. He also heard that David was the Federation's god of war. As a person who worshipped the Federation's god of war, Major Handel had never thought that the Federation's god of war would come to planet Betelgeuse and become his superior. The Federation's god of war is also an ordinary person. There is nothing special about him. David had a good impression of Major Handel and replied with a smile. "Chief of Defense, it is an honor to meet you." Major Handel saluted again. David smiled and returned the salute. Although 3 of the majors of the Defense Force were hostile to him, there was still one who supported him. "Major Handel, show me around the base." David ordered Major Handel. "Yes, Chief of Defense." Major Handel replied without hesitation. David nodded to the 3 captains and said, "Go ahead. We'll talk after I understand the situation of the base." Sitting in the armored hover car, Major Handel personally drove the car and showed David around the base. The base was divided into a surface area and an underground area. The surface area and the underground area formed a spherical area. In this huge spherical area, the energy of the base at the center provided the entire base with an energy field that restrained the air. Although the base did not seem to be sealed from the outside world, there was an environment for humans to live in while outside the base. There was no air. At the same time, this energy field was also a defensive shield, which could provide the base with extremely strong defensive power. Major Handel, how long have you been in the Badalia Defense Force? David asked with a smile. Actually, as long as David went to the Chief of Defense's office and used his identity bracelet to verify his identity, he would be able to learn all the information about the Defense Force. It was just that he needed to find a topic to break in with Major Handel. So he asked this question. Yes, I have been in the Badalia Defense Force for 15 years. I have been here ever since I was sent here. Major Handel replied with a smile. I heard that there has been a lot of personnel transfer recently. How many soldiers have been stationed in the Defense Force for more than half a year now? David continued to ask. Apart from Major Malcolm and the soldiers on the 3 corvettes, only the soldiers on the 2 corvettes and the soldiers from the Defense Force base have been stationed here for more than half a year. The other 3 fleets have been completely converted. Such a situation is really rare. Major Handel was addicted to talking by David's words. The moment he opened his mouth, he revealed everything he knew. David nodded. He was not too worried that the 3 fleets would turn against him. The power of the commanding officer in the army was still very great. The 3 fleets would not be able to use their warships to attack him at all. In terms of close combat, he was not worried at all. However, the situation here was a little complicated, and he needed to spend some time to sort it out. During the tour, David and Major Handel had a pleasant conversation. Major Handel expressed his full support for David. After the tour ended, David went to the Chief of Defense Forces office in the base. It had been sealed up before, and without the appropriate authority, no one could enter. David walked into his office. The office was divided into an inner and outer room. The outer room was the adjutant's area, and the inner room was his office. He had not arranged for an adjutant yet, so he was the only one in the entire office. He opened the door to the inner room with his identity bracelet. The furnishings of the inner room were standard for major generals. Compared to ordinary offices, it had a separate dressing area, lounge area, and reception area. David went straight to his desk and sat down. He activated the screen with his identity bracelet. The terminal here was the planet's Defense Force's exclusive terminal. It was also the terminal that allowed access to the entire Badalia Defense Force's internal database. David looked at the screen, and all the information of the entire Badalia Defense Force appeared before him. The Badalia Defense Force had nearly 6,500 soldiers, including about 400 Kaji. There were also 20 frigates, 40 landing assault ships, a base, and a spaceport. Usually, at least one fleet would be on duty at the spaceport, while the rest of the fleet would rest. It could be said that the Badalia Defense Force was not only weak, but their missions were also very easy. It was no wonder that Captain Malcolm had the time to take 3 frigates out to rob. The management here was too lax. David also saw 4,500 soldiers and 15 frigates, including 300 Kaji from the army. All of them had just been transferred over 10 days ago. According to the records, the last time the Badalia Defense Force had such a large-scale rotation was more than 40 years ago. At that time, the Defense Force had a big battle with space pirates and suffered a great loss. That was why there was such a large-scale rotation. David wanted to find out where the 3 fleets were transferred from, but he found that he did not have the authority to do so. He also checked the information of Captain Houseman, Captain Faulkner, and Captain Noel. He found that they were all excellent captains who had been commended. Comparing the information of these 3 captains with that of Captain Malcolm, who was captured by David, he found that Captain Malcolm was completely incomparable to these 3 captains. It could be said that the 3 captains were all officers with a bright future ahead of them. Captain Malcolm, on the other hand, was just an officer waiting to die. Perhaps he would only be a major until he left the army. There was no chance for him to be promoted. The fact that these 3 captains were transferred to the Badalia Defense Force was very telling. David began to look at other information of the Defense Force, from logistics, combat readiness, warehouses, and other aspects to understand the Badalia Defense Force. His master-level military command allowed him to easily look through the information and find a lot of problems. David sorted out the problems he found. He spent his first day on Badalia in a busy state. The next day, at 9 o'clock in the morning, in the base's conference room, all the middle and high-level officers of the Badalia Defense Force were present. David sat in the main seat. Beside him were the three captains and Major Handel from the logistics department. David saw the familiar look of worship in the eyes of the officers present, including the officers of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Fleets. Grand Marshal Andre had personally recognized David's identity as the Federation God of War. At this time, the importance of this position could be seen. After David's arrival yesterday, the news of David spread throughout the entire Badalia Defense Force. The news that the Federation God of War had become the captain of the Defense Force made all the soldiers extremely excited. The legendary Federation God of War had come to their side. This made every soldier want to see this legend of the Federation with their own eyes. David looked at the eyes of the officers. He believed that even if the three captains gave the order to attack him, it would be difficult to get the consent of all the soldiers. The Federation God of War was the representative of the Federation's heroes. This might be a way for Grand Marshal Andre to protect David. At least in the army, it would be difficult for anyone to use the army to deal with David. When I received the order to come to Badalia Defense Force, I was full of yearning for this place. But yesterday, on my first day here, I saw the ugly side of the Defense Force. 3 frigates have become space pirates. This is a disgrace to the Federation Army, David said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but with the support of his identity as the Federation God of War and the mental influence he consciously added to his voice, all the officers in the conference room felt oppressed. I checked the previous information of the Badalia Defense Force and found a lot of problems. I will now send these problems to everyone involved. You must make changes in a short period of time, or I will find officers who can change to replace you. David continued. He sent the information he sorted out yesterday to the officers with different duties. Almost every Defense Force officer present had a specific piece of information. Only the 3 fleets did not receive the corresponding information because they had just arrived and did not expose any problems. Major Handel also received a piece of information. He opened it and immediately saw a lot of problems in the logistics department. Some of these problems were known to him, but some were unknown to him. Major Handel could not help but be shocked. In just one day, David had come up with such information. From this, one could see that David was proficient in military command. If David was a senior officer, Major Handel could understand, but David was obviously an overly young officer. Major Handel not only admired David, but he also had a sense of awe. Major Handel turned his head and glanced at the other Defense Force officers in the office. All of them had a dignified expression. From this, it could be seen that the information in each of their hands was very important. He could not help but sigh at David's methods. With just this method, all the Defense Force officers were afraid of David. It could be said that the information David provided made it easier for David to control the Defense Force. In addition, David could use his authority to directly lock on all the frigates under his command. On the second day, David arrived at the Badalia Defense Force. He took control of the Defense Force. After that, as long as David slowly subdued the 3 captains, he could completely turn the Badalia Defense Force into David's Defense Force. However, Major Handel's thoughts were completely different from David's. David did not want to subdue the 3 captains at all. David was already very sure that the 3 captains were sent by someone to target him. No matter how hard David tried, he could not subdue the 3 captains. From today onwards, all actions of the fleet must be reported to the Defense Force. No unauthorized use of warships is allowed. Once it happens, you will be punished according to military law. David looked at the officers of the fleet and said in a deep voice. The 3 captains actually wanted to refute because such a rule would delay the time of battle. Once there was an accident, they had to report first before they could be dispatched. This would greatly slow down the response speed of the fleet. However, they could not say anything. David used the loophole in the management of the 4th Fleet as an opportunity to strengthen the control of the fleet. No one could find fault with it. In addition, this was David's first official order after taking office. It was not the right time for the 3 captains to jump out at this time. Therefore, the 3 captains looked at each other and did not say anything at the same time. If you have any questions, you can ask now. If there is nothing else, the meeting is over. David stood up and glanced at all the officers and said. All the officers stood up, saluted David, and then left the meeting room. Major Handel, you have to pay more attention to the logistics department's work. I need the logistics department to ensure that all warships can be fully resupplied at any time. David looked at Major Handel and said. Major Handel could hear that David did not blame him in his tone and quickly stood up and said, Defense Chief, please rest assured that the logistics department will definitely make changes. Captains, in the future, the crew members who take turns to rest will need to undergo morning training with the Defense Force's soldiers every day and participate in various activities of the Defense Force. The crew members working on the warships are also Defense Force soldiers. I need them to integrate into the group. David turned to the three captains and said. The three captains understood that David wanted to reach out to the crew members. If they participated in morning training every day, coupled with participating in various activities, with the ease of duty on planet Badalia, the crew members would soon truly integrate into the Defense Force. However, they could not refuse. After all, the original duty was too easy. Chapter 565. It had been a month since David arrived at planet Badalia. During this month, the entire planet Badalia Defense Force had undergone a complete makeover. The various drawbacks of the planet Badalia Defense Force had been corrected very well. Because of David's reputation as the Federation's god of war, the Tonda Starfield's military had also sent the Kaji training resources that they owed him. Regardless of why the Tonda Starfield's military didn't send the Kaji training resources to the planet Badalia Defense Force, David didn't want to ask about it. However, the Tonda Starfield's military would no longer do so. If they were to withhold the Federation's god of war's military supplies, once this matter was exposed, it could be said that from the top to the bottom of the military, it could be said that they would be condemned. It might even reach the ears of Grand Marshal Andre and directly affect their future. With sufficient training resources, the Kaji who were originally resentful because of this matter no longer had any objections. They were also very satisfied with David, the general who helped them fight for benefits. In this month, the daily morning training, various Kaji training, and some traditional military activities allowed the soldiers of the three fleets to completely integrate into the Defense Force. Contrary to David's expectations, the three captains didn't stop this matter. Instead, they actively cooperated with him. David didn't feel happy about this. Instead, he became even more careful because from this, it could be seen that the three captains were after something big. They were hostile to him, but didn't explode. They had been holding back. Perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity, and this opportunity might lead to David's destruction. Report. Standing in the office, David was practicing his Ape sword when he heard the report. David flipped his hand, and the level 4 decelerating Ape disappeared. He had a lot of free time these days. The master-level military command allowed him to manage an army of less than 10,000 people very easily. In his spare time, he had a lot of time to practice all kinds of weapons, especially the space slicer, which he practiced diligently every day. He didn't get it directly from the ball of knowledge, but from the combination of two master-level abilities, which required a lot of time to practice. Come in. David sat back on the chair and said in a deep voice. The office door was opened, and a young second lieutenant walked in. It was his adjutant, Cadillac. General, a transport ship has arrived from the Tong 2 Starfield's military. It will arrive at the spaceport soon. Cadillac's adjutant reported. It's finally here, David said with a smile on his face. Captain Malcolm of the 4th Fleet, as well as all the officers and men on the 3 frigates, were sent back to the military headquarters of the Tonda Starfield for trial. Without a pilot, the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Fleets rotated in shifts, and the 4th Fleet was almost completely useless. Although David's control over the fleet's organization had been strengthened, David was still a little worried about the 3 fleets in space. Tell Major Handel to go greet them and prepare the necessary logistics. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, General. Cadillac's adjutant replied, and then left the office. David, on the other hand, felt a little uneasy. This month's life had made him almost forget the days when he was between life and death. He hadn't felt this uneasy in a long time, and it made him feel as if something was going to happen. He suddenly stood up, and the shadow attendant passed through the roof of the base. He looked at the sky through the shadow attendant's eyes. In the sky, he could vaguely see a few flashes of light. David's finger swiped across the table, and a screen appeared. He opened the base's scanning system and looked at the latest scan results. The base's scanning system was always on, and it was the Interstellar Defense Force's method of monitoring the entire planet. This scanning system was not only in the base, but also on the entire surface of planet Bedalia. A scanning system was set up at regular intervals, forming a scanning system that covered the entire surface of the planet. Because planet Bedalia's surface did not have an atmosphere, the scanning system's working environment was better. The scanning system's effect was nearly 10 times better than other planets with an atmosphere. The scanning result found 10 meteorites falling from space to the surface of the planet, but David didn't find any information about the meteorites before the Interstellar Defense Force's transport ship arrived. If the meteorites flew from the depths of space, they wouldn't be discovered until they reached the surface of the planet. Scan team, track the meteorites. David ordered the Interstellar Defense Force's scanning team. Scanning team received the order. Tracking is in progress. After receiving the order, the scanning team immediately began to act. In just 1 second, the scanning system locked onto all 10 meteorites, and their falling trajectory, speed, and other data appeared on the screen. Attack team, fire 10 defensive missiles and shoot them down. David ordered the attack team. Attack team received the order, attack. Following the response from the attack team, 10 defensive missiles flew out of the base and flew towards the predicted falling trajectory of the 10 meteorites. The strange thing was that the 10 meteorites suddenly changed directions. If they were real meteorites, it was impossible for them to change directions. It must be known that during the falling process of a meteorite, without any other force acting on it, it would only fall according to its original path. Only a man-made aircraft would change its flight path. Attack missed. The target is not a meteorite. The attack team and the scanning team reported at the same time. Combat alert. First Fleet immediately tracked the target. Target found. Attack allowed. Second Fleet, Third Fleet, end your rest and prepare for battle immediately. David ordered through the channel. Reporting, Captain, First Fleet is checking the transport ship. It will take 10 minutes before it can participate in the battle. Captain Faulkner reported. David's face revealed a cold expression. Wasting 10 minutes at this time would not allow them to find the 10 targets. Moreover, why would the First Fleet be checking the transport ship from the Tondas Starfield Military Department? This was not logical at all. David tapped his finger lightly, and the image from the spaceport showed that the crew members who were supposed to be in the frigate were surrounding a transport ship at the spaceport. Some of the crew members had already boarded the transport ship. Reporting, Captain, Second Fleet, and Third Fleet have just finished their intense training. They will need to rest for an hour before they can continue with their mission. The other 2 captains reported. Normally, it would only take 2 minutes for the military to assemble. However, when it was necessary, it would take an hour to assemble. Moreover, the 3 fleets were all like this. It was very obvious that they were unable to participate in the battle immediately. David glanced at the 10 falling targets. One of them was only 50 kilometers away from a base. He did not hesitate any longer. With a wave of his hand, the golden exoskeleton armor appeared. He began to wear the armor and carried the level 4 deceleration heavy sword on his back. David didn't tell anyone else and left the office through another hidden passageway. After he took over the office, he found this hidden passage from the special terminal of the Captain of Defense. This was an emergency escape passage. This emergency escape passage led directly to the outside of the base. It was not shown on any map. David ran along the emergency escape passage. The new exoskeleton armor was faster. He quickly left the base area and appeared 5 kilometers away from the base through the underground passage. He activated the environment fusion function of the exoskeleton armor. The original golden color of the exoskeleton armor disappeared and was replaced by a pattern that was consistent with the surroundings at all times. The exoskeleton armor was completely integrated with the surrounding environment. When David left the emergency escape passage, he was not detected by the base's scanning system. The shadow attendant also flew 100 meters in the air and searched for traces of the target in front. During this period of time, David had gained some understanding of the surrounding environment. He had already memorized the map of planet Bedalia. He remembered the landing point of the target 50 kilometers away. After David used the flight function of the exoskeleton armor, it took him less than a minute to reach 50 kilometers away. This was because he did not want to break the sound barrier and make a louder sound. There were no traces of a landing point. This made David even more certain that this was not an ordinary meteorite. If it was a meteorite, there would naturally be traces. It cannot be like this. David believed in his speed. He came so fast that the target might not have time to hide. He scanned his wrist with his spirit. Little White was awakened. Under the effect of a large number of resources, Little White's body did not grow. However, it had no problem surviving in this atmosphere for a short period of time. David summoned Little White and then contacted it through his spirit. He asked it to find the different aura here. In this desolate environment, as long as there was a trace of aura, it would be very obvious to Little White. Little White sensed a little and found a different aura. It pointed in a direction to David. "Good job." David smiled and comforted Little White with his spirit. Then, he chased in the direction Little White pointed. After tracking for 10 kilometers, Little White led David to a meteorite crater. This crater was a little deep, about 20 meters deep. The shadow attendant flew in. The first thing he saw was a single-person flying shuttle. This was a commonly used aircraft to break through the planet's defense. Because of its small size and fast speed, it could even turn off its engine and disguise itself as a meteorite. After seeing this single-person flying shuttle, David knew that he was in trouble. If 10 meteorites were 10 single-person flying shuttles, it meant that 10 people had sneaked onto the planet's surface. Kaji's combat power was definitely not enough to deal with David. This was probably considered by any force that wanted to deal with him. Then, at the very least, it had to be a transcendent. No matter how weak a transcendent was, 10 transcendent were definitely extremely dangerous for David. "Little White, can you find a pilot?" David asked Little White with his spirit again. Little White quickly gave him a new direction. Needless to say, the pilot didn't have a transcendent level hiding ability. For Little White, it was a clear target. David didn't need Little White to lead the way. Under Little White's guidance, after 10 minutes of tracking, the Shadow Servant was the first to discover the target. It was a transcendent wearing a transcendent armor. This transcendent was looking at something. Its position was about 5 kilometers away from David. David recalled the Shadow Attendant. The Shadow Attendant released the assassin mantis puppet from the space ring. A chubby little boy appeared. David sent a part of his spirit into the assassin mantis puppet's soul. He exchanged glances with the assassin mantis puppet, then approached the transcendent from both sides. David didn't prepare to snipe from afar. In this environment, the transcendent's nerves would definitely be stretched taut. Sniping it from 5 kilometers away would be very difficult. The chances of success weren't high. The biggest possibility was to injure it. If it didn't have any companions, David could choose to do that. However, since it had 9 companions, David had to consider not exposing himself. The Exalted Transcendent wasn't in a good mood. Originally, he was living a comfortable life, but because of an order, he was sent on an assassination mission. This mission was given by General Longfellow. Because of this, the Exalted Transcendent couldn't refuse. Of course, the mission's rewards were also very generous. However, the mission's target made the Exalted Transcendent very uneasy. He had seen the military parade before. When he found out that the target was the Federation's war god, David, he immediately wanted to refuse. However, there were 10 transcendent participating in this mission. Every one of them was considered a high-ranking transcendent. Only then did the Exalted transcendent relax. The 10 transcendent used a transport ship as a carrier to approach planet Benelia. Then, they used a single shuttle to infiltrate the planet. The whole process seemed very safe to them. If David hadn't suddenly felt uneasy and wanted to check the scan results, the 10 transcendent really would have successfully infiltrated the planet. The Exalted transcendent glanced at the location of the rendezvous point on his bracelet. It was still early. He was considered quite close to the rendezvous point. The defensive missiles that suddenly flew towards him while he was descending made him very worried. He felt that his infiltration had been exposed. He began to doubt whether the rendezvous point was still safe. The Exalted transcendent couldn't be blamed. This infiltration was very secretive, but they were still discovered. This made him wonder if someone had snitched on them. If there really was a traitor among them, going to the rendezvous point would be suicide. Just as the Exalted transcendent was hesitating, he suddenly turned around and saw a chubby boy walking over. The Exalted transcendent was alarmed. Where is this place? Planet Benelia, a planet without an atmosphere. And this chubby boy didn't even have a breathing device. He just walked over like that. The Exalted transcendent saw the assassin's mantis puppet smile and felt a bit strange. I don't care what you are. Die. The Exalted transcendent quickly recovered. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. As long as the enemy wasn't the Federation's war god, David, he didn't have to worry. Chapter 566. Right now, David was only 20 centimeters below the ground where the transcendent was. At this distance, he could unleash a fatal blow at any time. However, he did not make a move because he needed to test the strength of the assassin mantis puppet. It had been quite some time since David had successfully created the assassin mantis puppet, but he hadn't had the chance to test the combat power of the assassin mantis puppet. Although the assassin mantis puppet was a level 4 insectoid, and its combat power was definitely extremely strong, David still wanted to see the assassin mantis puppet in a real battle to be confident. The transcendent was alone in the wilderness, and this was a rare opportunity. On one hand, the transcendent was David's enemy. On the other hand, there was no surveillance around, so David could use the puppet assassin without any worries. Of course, David was also prepared. With the level 4 deceleration sword in hand, he was ready to attack the transcendent at any time. If the transcendent was still alive from the puppet assassin, David would have to kill it immediately. David couldn't let others know about the existence of the praying mantis assassin. As long as the praying mantis assassin made a move, the Exalted transcendent would know that it was an insectoid. An insectoid in a peaceful area, even if it was under David's control, was not something the Federation would allow. A level 3 deceleration sword appeared in the transcendent's hand. He exerted strength in his legs and rushed towards the little fatty. The puppet assassin continued to walk unhurriedly with its short legs in a strange posture. It seemed to ignore the powerful aura of the transcendent with a level 3 deceleration sword. The transcendent only lightly tapped twice on the ground and arrived in front of the puppet assassin. He raised the level 3 deceleration sword and prepared to use the momentum to perform a heavy chop. Even though he didn't feel any strong aura from the little fatty, he still went all out to attack. When the transcendent raised the level 3 deceleration sword, he saw the little fatty's face and eyes clearly. Exalted transcendent couldn't describe what kind of eyes they were. Those eyes were very strange. They looked like vertical pupils, and there was no life in them. These eyes are not the eyes of a human. This was the last pair of eyes the transcendent saw in this world. When the transcendent arrived in front of the puppet assassin and entered its attack range, David did not order the puppet assassin to attack. Instead, he ordered the puppet assassin to attack. The transcendent seemed to see a light with a faint purple color. It was very dazzling and beautiful. Then he felt the world tumbling, and in the process of tumbling, he saw his own headless body. The extraordinary armor, with extremely strong defense, was not able to protect his neck. His entire head was sent flying after being swept by the light purple light. Transcendent Exalted also saw what was attacking him. This was what he saw when his head was rolling in the air. The skin on the little fatty's left hand was broken, and a thin blade was sticking out of the crack. His head was cut off by this blade, but it was too fast. It was so fast that he did not feel any pain even after his head left his body. The Transcendent's mind fell into eternal darkness. No one knew if he regretted accepting this mission at the last moment of his life, but it was no longer important. David, of course, saw more clearly. The puppet assassin's blade was too fast. Through the shadow attendant's eyes, he only saw the blade appear, and the Transcendent's head was already cut off. He couldn't help but shiver. He was so lucky when he met the assassin mantis puppet on the battlefield. If the assassin mantis puppet had done this to him, he would have ended up the same way as the Transcendent Exalted. In fact, when the puppet assassin assassinated David, it didn't even use 10% of its strength before it was killed by David's many talents. If it was a face-to-face battle, David probably wouldn't be able to block one of the assassin's blades, let alone two at the same time. The shadow attendant flew over and absorbed the soul of the Transcendent. David also came out of the ground and came to the puppet assassin's side. At this time, the puppet assassin patted its waist with its undamaged right hand. There was a belt with an injection attack on its waist. The belt was activated by the puppet assassin, and a tube of recovery potion was injected into the puppet assassin's artificial muscles. The puppet assassin also put away the blade in its left hand. The muscles on its left hand compressed and fixed the blade in place. The skin on the surface quickly grew and repaired the crack. In just a short while, the puppet assassin's left hand returned to normal. The left sleeve was also specially designed by David, so it wasn't damaged by the blade. In this short period of time, the assassin mantis puppet had turned back into the seemingly harmless little fatty. David shook his head. Actually, the puppet assassin was more suitable for assassination. This kind of face-to-face battle wasn't a good choice. Of course, with the strength of a level 4 insectoid, it was enough to kill a normal Transcendent. But to deal with a stronger opponent, assassination was more suitable. David summoned the shadow attendant and put away the puppet assassin. This time, after using the assassin mantis puppet, he knew how terrifying the assassin mantis puppet was. Any Transcendent that dared to approach the puppet assassin was looking for death. In the Interstellar Federation, as long as no super energy weapons were used, the puppet assassin was invincible. Of course, this was on the premise that the puppet assassin wasn't discovered by others. David looked at the corpse of the Transcendent Exalted. He couldn't help but feel a little pity. It should be noted that his corpse controlling technique could control 2 more targets. For a Transcendent corpse like this, there was no need for a complicated process. All he needed to do was draw a corpse controlling pattern, and the corpse could be turned into a puppet. David was 100% sure that the Exalted Transcendent's mental strength wasn't as strong as his. Under these circumstances, it was easy to use the corpse controlling technique to make a puppet. But this kind of corpse with its head chopped off lost the purpose of making a puppet. David walked to the corpse of the Exalted Transcendent and took off the Transcendent's spatial bracer. Then he took off the broken armor of the Transcendent and put away the level 3 heavy sword. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly saw the identity bracelet on the wrist of the Exalted Transcendent and was moved. David took off Exalted's identity bracelet. In order to get an identity bracelet for the assassin mantis puppet, he had done some research on identity bracelets. Although it wasn't easy to make one himself, if he had the genes of the owner, he could forcefully open the bracelet. The corpse of the Exalted Transcendent was here, so it was easy to get the genes. David took a bit of skin from the Exalted Transcendent and connected 2 wires from the fingers of the exoskeleton armor to the bracelet. David had used the computing ability of the golden exoskeleton armor to crack the identity bracelet. He had pressed the small piece of skin on the identity bracelet sensor, blocking the identity bracelet's detection of life force, leaving only a genetic check. Soon, the data of the Exalted transcendent bracelet appeared on David's helmet. David now had all the authority of the Exalted transcendent. David obviously didn't care about the wealth information. Although it was in the hundreds of millions of credits, it wasn't worth mentioning to him. He found a few recent messages. First, he saw a notification from Lieutenant General Kenny to the Exalted transcendent. It informed the departure time of the transcendent transport ship and the corresponding authority code. Then, David saw a map sent by a transcendent called Anderson. David recognized the map as the map of planet Bedalia. There were 3 rendezvous points on the map, corresponding to numbers 1, 2, and 3 respectively. They were divided into a starting rendezvous point, a mission-ending rendezvous point, and a backup rendezvous point. Lieutenant General Kenny. David frowned slightly. He had heard of Lieutenant General Kenny before. He had seen this name in the Defense Chief's terminal. Lieutenant General Kenny was one of the top 5 generals in the Tonga Starfield Army. Although the military force of the Tonga Starfield Army wasn't strong, a general like this was still a high-ranking military officer. To be able to command such a high-ranking military officer, only an even higher-ranking military officer could do it. Moreover, being able to send 10 Transcendent wasn't something an ordinary faction could do. David didn't know if they were sent by the enemy, as Grand Marshal Andre had said, or by some other faction. Let's get rid of these Transcendent first, then clean up the Defense Corps, David said softly. The problem this time was very serious. As the defense chief, he couldn't command the 3 fleets under him. David imported the map into his identity bracelet, then put the Exalted Transcendent identity bracelet back on the Exalted Transcendent's wrist. Then, he let the shadow attendant put the corpse into the space ring. He flew towards the rendezvous point on the map. David knew what his advantage was. His fighting strength in the wild was much stronger than in the base or city. This was because he had a lot of secrets that he couldn't use in the base or the city. It was also because he couldn't use his innate ability, underground stealth, which could save lives and kill enemies without knowing why. In areas full of steel, he couldn't use it. Therefore, even if David knew that there were 10 Transcendent, he still took the initiative to attack and rushed into the wild alone. The Transcendent Anderson sat on a rock. His landing position was the closest to rendezvous point, which was also specially chosen by him. He was the commander of this operation. He looked at the time. There were at most 5 minutes left before the Bedalia Defense Corps' warships would inspect this area. Before that, they must gather and then hide in a prepared area. At that time, someone would bring them into the base and then launch a surprise attack on David. Because David's control over the Defense Corps was too strong, the people who planned this operation had to use this method to let the 10 Transcendent enter Bedalia. Any other method would be too easy to be exposed. Because David's identity was too sensitive, the planners needed the Transcendent to have as little contact with people as possible. It must be known that David was Grand Marshal Andre's savior. As long as there was a trace of evidence left, no one would be able to bear Grand Marshal Andre's anger. During the whole operation, the Transcendent would only have contact with the soldiers in the base. When they left, they also needed to be silenced. Soon, the Transcendent arrived. 1 by 1, 2 by 3, the Transcendent came over very quickly. However, every Transcendent's face was not good. They were exposed in the process of descending, which was very unfavorable for their operation. The terrifying lethality of the Federation War God in the military parade put a lot of pressure on these Transcendent. Why hasn't the Exalted Transcendent arrived yet? Anderson Transcendent looked at the 8 Transcendent in front of him and asked in a deep voice. I saw his descent in the sky. He was affected by the defensive missiles and flew towards the base. A Transcendent said aloud, there is still 1 minute left. If he doesn't come, we will leave immediately. Anderson Transcendent said with some dissatisfaction. Anderson Transcendent, this operation has been exposed. Should we cancel it? Another Transcendent asked. His question attracted the attention of the other Transcendent. They all looked at Anderson Transcendent and waited for his decision. They didn't want to continue their plan to attack David under the premise of being exposed. The operation can't be canceled. I believe that you don't want to see Admiral David's anger. In order for this operation to go smoothly, from the previous mobilization of troops to the use of connections, all of these have expended too much resources. That David's control over the military is too strong. If we give him some more time, it will be very difficult to touch him again. Anderson Transcendent shook his head and said, in the original plan, 3 fleets were to be organized away from planet Bedalia at the same time, leaving the planet Bedalia's defense force empty. This way, after the 10 Transcendent assassinated David, they could also kill all the soldiers in the base and then fake an attack on the base to divert the investigation. But in just 1 month, the plan had to be changed. Even if the 3 captains were their people, they could only refuse to accept David's orders for a short period of time. They were simply unable to organize the fleet and transfer it away from planet Bedalia without permission. The original plan was also changed to immediately retreat after infiltrating and killing, leaving the rest of the matter to other people in the Tonga Starfield's military. The Transcendent felt very helpless. They could only accept Anderson Transcendent's decision. Chapter 567. Behind the rock 3,000 meters away, David was looking at the 9 Transcendent through the shadow, attendant in the sky. Beside him was the Assassin Mantis puppet. The Assassin Mantis puppet was covered in a camouflage cloth. As long as the Assassin Mantis puppet didn't move, no one would be able to see it. David's plan this time was very simple. He would be the main attacker, while the Assassin Mantis puppet would ambush him from the side. The rock 3,000 meters away was also chosen by him. It was big enough, and there was a gap under the rock. It was big enough for the Assassin Mantis puppet to hide. Come back. David didn't hesitate after he made up his mind. He ordered the Shadow Attendant. The Shadow Attendant returned to his side in an instant. Then, a warhorse appeared beside him. Something's wrong. The Anderson Transcendent was very vigilant. The moment the warhorse appeared, he sensed the presence of the warhorse. The other Transcendent also prepared for battle. Then, they saw a warhorse approaching. Everyone, be careful. It's David. The Anderson Transcendent saw the figure crouching on the warhorse and warned loudly. The Anderson Transcendent saw a lot of information about David. One of them was that David had a warhorse given to him by the great world of God. The warhorse was very fast and had a certain amount of combat power. So when he saw the warhorse appear, he immediately knew who it was. David fired the roaring sniper rifle in his hand. The super large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet was fired at the Anderson Transcendent. David had already confirmed that the Transcendent was the leader of the Transcendent through the Shadow Attendant's observation. Just as the roaring sniper rifle fired, a Transcendent beside the Anderson Transcendent stood in front of the Transcendent with a grade 3 shield in his hand. Clang! The large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet ricocheted off the surface of the grade 3 shield and did not cause any damage to the Anderson Transcendent. I didn't expect there to be a great shield Transcendent. Let's see if you can protect everyone. David laughed. At this time, he did not hide the golden light on the golden exoskeleton armor. It was the same outfit as the Federation War God at the military parade, which made some of the Transcendent feel very uneasy. I didn't expect you to come here. Let's fight to the death here. Anderson Transcendent looked at David and replied loudly. With a wave of his hand, another Transcendent holding a grade 3 shield appeared. At the same time, the 9 Transcendent members split into 2 groups and charged towards David. David urged his warhorse. The warhorse suddenly turned around and ran. At the same time, David on the warhorse also turned around and fired another large caliber grade 3 sniper bullet. Although they didn't achieve any results, Anderson's team of 5 Transcendents had no choice but to slow down. After the Transcendents with large shields blocked the sniper's bullets, their team was separated from the other team by a little. The other team of 4 Transcendent members sped up and chased after David. However, they soon realized that the warhorse was really fast. It was faster than the Transcendent members. David's roaring sniper rifle rang out again. The Transcendent and a team of 5 Transcendent members quickly stepped forward to block the sniper bullet. This caused the distance between the Transcendent members of the Transcendent team to increase. David was also very close to the 3-kilometer rock. "You trash. There are only 4 of you. I don't even need a sniper rifle," David said with an arrogant laugh. He carried the roaring sniper rifle on his back and made a mocking gesture towards the 4 Transcendent members with his empty hands. At the same time, his warhorse stopped beside the rock. Although David's reputation as the Federation's god of war was resounding, and his ability to kill a level 3 insectoid alone was indeed frightening, the fact that these 4 Transcendents were sent here meant that they were not weak either. What the 4 Transcendent members could not accept was being ignored and mocked by Akaji. Of course, it was not that they did not consider whether David had helpers. However, they had information on David's every move on planet Betelgeuse. David definitely had no helpers here. Although there were countless Transcendent members on the Warstar side, there were very few Transcendent members in the peaceful regions. This was especially true for the remote planet Betelgeuse. It simply could not reach the level of a Transcendent. Moreover, even if the Transcendent joined forces with David, the 4 Transcendent members would be able to resist for a while. In just 2 breaths of time, the Anderson Transcendent and the other 4 Transcendent members would be able to arrive. The 4 Transcendent members did not want to kill David. As long as they delayed David, they did not believe that David was invincible against the combined might of the 9 Transcendent members. Of course, the most important point was that if David's mockery scared the 4 Transcendent members, they would no longer have the face to see the other 5 Transcendent members. They would probably be mocked by the other 5 Transcendent members for the rest of their lives. This matter might even reach the ears of the other Transcendent members in the future, becoming a disgrace that would haunt them for the rest of their lives. The 4 Transcendent members quickly came to a decision after analyzing the pros and cons. They maintained their fastest speed as they charged at David. David was also analyzing the situation. The warhorse's hooves lightly pressed against the ground as it retreated slightly. By the time the 4 Transcendent members charged over, he had already retreated to the back of the boulder. David's position just so happened to be blocked by the boulder from the view of the 5 Transcendent members behind him. He also took out the Grade 4 Deceleration Greatsword from his back. When they saw the Grade 4 Deceleration Greatsword in David's hand, the 4 Transcendent members let out a sigh of relief. They thought that this was David's trump card. A Grade 4 Deceleration Greatsword was very powerful, but they had Akaji with them. It wouldn't be a problem for them to block a few of David's moves. The 4 Transcendent members were getting closer and closer to David. They saw that David hadn't moved and was indeed waiting for them at the same spot. This made them happy. Perhaps the title of Federation War God made David overestimate his own strength as Akaji. He actually didn't put the 4 Transcendent members in his eyes at all. The 4 Transcendent members adopted the most conservative battle strategy. With the Transcendent in the front and the 3 Transcendent members behind him, they charged at David in a triangular formation. When they passed by the boulder, they glanced at it and didn't find anything. This was just as they guessed, and it also made them charge a little faster. The moment the 4 Transcendent members charged past the boulder, the Assassin Mantis assassin hidden under the camouflage cloth moved. The moment the camouflage cloth was lifted, 2 faint purple lights flashed. The 2 Transcendent members behind the triangular formation didn't dodge at all and were swept by the purple lights. The other 2 Transcendent members in the front didn't notice their companion's situation because David and the Assassin Mantis assassin attacked at the same time. Although David and the Assassin Mantis assassin attacked at the same time, when David was still swinging his sword, the Assassin Mantis assassin had already taken care of 2 Transcendent members. David's level 4 decelerating greatsword swept towards the Transcendent. The Transcendent was already prepared. He believed that his previous judgment was correct. David wanted to use the power of the level 4 decelerating greatsword. But for the Transcendent, even if David's peak Kaji strength was enhanced by the level 4 sharpness greatsword, it still wouldn't be able to cut through the level 3 transcendent in one strike. Because the level 3 transcendent power was enhanced by the transcendent's power, the level 3 transcendent's defense increased by a notch. Unfortunately, the transcendent underestimated David. Perhaps before coming to planet Bedalia, David really couldn't cut through the level 3 transcendent's level 3 transcendent. But now it was different. David had mastered the Grandmaster level Greatsword Space Slicer. The level 4 decelerating Greatsword / the level 3 Transcendent's level 3 Transcendent with an imperceptible tremor. The level 3 Transcendent's power, enhanced by the level 3 Transcendent's power, couldn't block the Grandmaster level Greatsword Space Slicer. The Transcendent only felt that the level 3 Transcendent's level 3 Transcendent that had accompanied him for decades was cut in two. At the same time, he felt a chill on his body. At this time, the Transcendent discovered that the arm holding the level 3 Transcendent's level 3 Transcendent was only connected by a bit of muscle. The rest was cut off by David's sword. A long gash appeared on the chest of the shield Transcendent. The Transcendent's transcendent armor didn't protect him at all. If the gash was just a little deeper, the sword would have pierced his heart. But even so, the Transcendent was heavily injured. The Transcendent lost an arm. The level 3 Transcendent's level 3 Transcendent was destroyed, and his body was heavily injured. The last Transcendent also reacted. He wanted to attack David with the level 3 heavy axe in his hand, but he stopped at this time, because he discovered that in less than a breath's time, he was the only one left intact among the 4 Transcendent. The Transcendent's only thought was not to attack David, but to escape as quickly as possible. He didn't even turn around to see who attacked his 2 companions. It was a good idea to escape from a level 4 insectoid, but he was too close to the assassin mantis puppet. In order to escape from a level 4 insectoid, he had to be faster than the level 4 insectoid. But how could the Transcendent be faster than a level 4 insectoid? The natural racial difference made the insectoids naturally faster than humans. A level 4 insectoid was already a few levels higher than the Transcendent, and the difference between the two was even greater. Just as the Transcendent put away the level 3 heavy axe and was about to escape, the assassin mantis puppet's body flashed forward. Then, a faint purple light flashed. The Transcendent looked at the sword that pierced his heart in disbelief. David swung the level 4 decelerating heavy sword in his hand again. Under the pleading gaze of the Transcendent, the sword pierced through the Transcendent's head. The assassin praying mantis puppet rolled on the ground and put the camouflage cloth on its body. "Stop!" the Transcendent Anderson suddenly shouted. The Transcendent Anderson's senses were very strong, and this was related to his strength. He noticed that the 4 Transcendent's aura had disappeared the moment they entered the rock. This made his hair stand on end. What kind of strength could kill the 4 Transcendent in an instant? He was very familiar with the 4 Transcendent. Each of them was strong enough to suppress a star field. He was confident that he could win in a short time if it was 1-on-1, but if it was 1-on-2, it would be difficult. If it was 1-on-4, he would definitely lose. The other Transcendent heard the Transcendent Anderson's words and immediately stopped. They formed a defensive formation with the Transcendent in front. David saw the movements of the 5 Transcendent through the eyes of the Shadow Attendant. He knew that the plan to ambush them again would not work. Only the 5 of you are left. Let me check the time. The space fleet is coming. Even if you bribe the captain, they will still attack you assassins. David rode out from behind the rock and said with a smile, "You killed them," the Transcendent Anderson said with a dry voice. He did not use a question because there was nothing suspicious about it. The 4 Transcendent rushed over, and only David walked out. This was the result. It seems that our focus is a little different. Since you want to chat, tell me. Who wants to kill me? David asked with a faint smile. "Retreat, let's go," the Transcendent Anderson shouted. He no longer wanted to continue the mission. He then turned around and wanted to escape. The other Kaji heard him and also wanted to turn around. However, when they saw David's movement, they stopped. David took out the roaring sniper rifle from his back. Anyone who had read David's information would know how terrifying David's sniping skills were. The entire insectoid war was affected by David's sniping skills. He alone had 2 sniper rifles and blocked all the level 3 insectoids 2 kilometers away from the defensive line. Anyone who had read this information would have a deep impression of him. This was the legend of the Kaji sniper. Just the thought of exposing his back to the muzzle of such a sniper master was enough to make him fearful. Not to mention, David had also invented the combat method of sniping from a warhorse. This made his sniping more mobile. It was very difficult to escape the pursuit of a warhorse. Of course, the Transcendent could also fly in the sky. However, if they did so, they would be detected by the scanning system and become the target of countless defense missiles. This was also the reason why they did not fly in the sky. They were affected by the terrain on the ground, so they could not be detected by the scanning system. However, once they reached a certain height, they would be detected by the scanning system. 5 frigates appeared in the sky. They were the 5 frigates of the First Fleet. No matter how much Captain Faulkner tried to stall for time, he had to carry out the orders of David, the defense captain. This was especially so when Captain Faulkner arrived and discovered that David was in a stalemate with the 5 Transcendents. He did not dare to delay the battle anymore. Although he had received a mission that required him to cooperate, the mission only asked him to stall for time. It did not require him to sacrifice his future. Captain Faulkner had a plan to stall for time. Even if David wanted to pursue the matter, he could not do so because everything was in accordance with the rules. It was just too coincidental. At that time, the crew of the First Fleet was carrying out the spaceport inspection mission. Chapter 568. Let's split up and escape. Anderson Transcendent said helplessly. The 5 Transcendents knew very well that if they were to escape together, their target would be too single. Regardless of whether it was the 5 frigates in the sky or David, none of them would let them leave safely. Once they split up and fled, the chances of them escaping would greatly increase, but at the same time, the danger they faced would also increase. Because they had lost the protection of the Transcendent, some of the Transcendent among them would definitely be killed. However, they did not know how many Transcendent would be killed. It all depended on luck. The other 4 Transcendent looked at each other and ran in 4 different directions without saying anything. At this moment, the roaring sniper in David's hands rang out. Since the distance between them was only 1 kilometer, the power of the sniper rifle would decrease if it was any closer, and the travel time of the sniper bullet would increase if it was further. This distance was actually the most ideal distance for David to snipe these Transcendent with danger perception. The oversized level 3 sniper bullet fired faster than the speed of sound. Just as a Transcendent turned around, the level 3 sniper bullet arrived behind him. The Transcendent was prepared. When he sensed the danger, he tried his best to dodge, but the sniper bullet was too fast. He avoided his heart, but there was a hole in his shoulder blade. The huge impact caused his body to sway uncontrollably. He struggled to maintain his balance. If he dared to stop now, he would really be dead. When Anderson Transcendent saw David's roaring sniper rifle fire, he was overjoyed. He turned and fled. He knew that David's sniper rifle could not fire continuously. There was a gap in between, and that was his chance. First Fleet attacked the targets I've marked. David's consciousness locked onto Anderson Transcendent's figure on his helmet. He then sent an order to Captain Faulkner of the First Fleet. Captain Faulkner did not dare to hesitate anymore. He had seen how powerful David was. If he had known that David could kill these Transcendent and make them flee, he would not have accepted this mission. With his ability, as long as he slowly endured in the military, he would have a chance to be promoted. This kind of promotion, by taking the risk of becoming enemies with David, was too dangerous. Scan and lock onto the target. Activate all Gaussian cannons. Fire all missiles 1 to 10. Captain Faulkner ordered loudly to the crew. Immediately, all Gaussian cannons on the 5 frigates began to aim at Anderson Transcendent. The 5 frigates each fired 10 missiles, and a total of 50 missiles flew towards Anderson Transcendent. Transcendent Anderson, who was running away, felt his scalp go numb. He saw the attack missiles fired from a sky frigate. Damn it, they're trying to kill me. Anderson Transcendent knew that the captain of this fleet was an accomplice of the mission. However, he did not expect that the captain would try to kill him right away. He did not know that Captain Faulkner was just trying to perform well. Otherwise, Captain Faulkner would not feel at ease. Captain Faulkner had also read David's information. He also knew what the consequences of David's enemies were. David was a vengeful person. If this kind of person was not killed immediately, the consequences would be dire. Previously, Captain Faulkner thought that David was dead for sure. Since someone wanted to kill David, they must have done research on David and were very confident that they could kill David. After David was killed, no one would hold him accountable for his previous actions of delaying the battle. Anderson Transcendent did not think of using fancy flying techniques to avoid being targeted by David's sniper rifle. Instead, it fled in a straight line at full speed. Attack missiles were an extremely terrifying weapon. Only the military would be equipped with them. Attack missiles were different from defensive missiles. Defensive missiles required the cooperation of a scanning system, and the attack range was also very limited. However, attack missiles were different. Attack missiles had an internal scanning system that could lock onto the target before it was fired. After it was fired, it would follow the target closely. No matter how the target turned, even if the attack missile flew past the target's head, it would still change direction and continue to attack. Although the destructive power of the attack missiles against the insectoids wasn't ideal, it was still very lethal against human targets. Perhaps the power of a single attack missile wouldn't make Transcendent Anderson afraid, but the simultaneous attack of 50 attack missiles wasn't something Transcendent Anderson dared to look down on. If he was injured by the attack missiles, it would be difficult for him to avoid David's pursuit. Anderson Transcendent ran at full speed. The 5 frigates in the sky easily followed it. They constantly fired Gaussian cannons, but each time, Anderson Transcendent would detect them in advance. This was the benefit of having a strong spirit. Anderson could sense the danger every time he was targeted, and he would be able to predict and dodge in advance. Even so, Anderson Transcendent was in a very difficult situation. He was also made of flesh and blood. Being attacked by 5 frigates in the wild for a long time was not something he could endure. On this side, David's second sniper shot was fired 5 seconds later. The injured Transcendent had just regained his balance and was about to continue running when another super caliber grade 3 sniper bullet flew within 100 meters behind him. The injured Transcendent tried his best to turn his body. This time, he still managed to avoid being hit in the vitals. However, his right chest was hit. Although this sniper shot did not immediately kill the Transcendent, he was still heavily injured. David did not pay attention to this Transcendent anymore. He had already shifted his target to another Transcendent. The super caliber grade 3 sniper bullet flew out again. At this time, the Warhorse brought David to the heavily injured Transcendent. The Warhorse's front hooves stepped on the heavily injured Transcendent's body. Then, the Warhorse's back hooves stepped on the heavily injured Transcendent's body. Then, the fore hooves exerted force, and the Warhorse used the reaction force to charge forward. During this process, the heavily injured Transcendent's sternum was completely broken. In David's perception, a broken sternum was inserted into his heart. When the Warhorse ran 80 meters, the shadow attendant appeared at the place where the Transcendent fell and absorbed his soul. A sniper shot every 5 seconds, a super caliber grade 3 sniper bullet, and a Warhorse that could withstand the reaction force of the sniper shot. This made the Transcendent, who was being chased by David, feel despair. The Transcendent was injured by David's sniper bullet in just 2 breaths of time. Then, another sniper shot heavily injured him, and he fell to the ground. David observed the other 2 Transcendents' direction of escape. When he saw that one of the Transcendent was running in the direction of the boulder, he could not help but sneer. Perhaps the Transcendent wanted to use the boulder to block his line of sight and escape David's sniper. Perhaps it was a good idea, but there was an assassin mantis puppet that was even stronger than David in there. Therefore, David did not chase after the Transcendent. Instead, he chased after the Transcendent, who was running in another direction. After Kieran got a war horse, the scariest part of Sniper Master was finally revealed. Before, David's sniper could only be used for sneak attacks or in coordination with others to achieve the best results. But now, with the addition of the warhorse, the power of the sniper was completely different. The Transcendent's guts were trembling. Of the 10 Transcendent, the Transcendent Anderson was being chased by the fleet. Only the 2 Transcendent and the missing Exalted Transcendent were left. Especially in just a few breaths of time, 2 of the 4 Transcendent had fallen to the ground. Which of these Transcendents wasn't in existence that could shake a region? But now they were like stray dogs. The Transcendent had a grade 3 shield behind him. This was his only source of confidence. Unlike the Transcendent, he had a grade 3 shield and did not need to worry about David's sniper. War horses were the standard equipment of a knight of the great world of God. This kind of battle companion that had undergone countless centuries of optimization was able to accompany a powerful knight because of the speed of the warhorse. The Transcendent speed was very fast, but it was still much slower than a warhorse. Once a warhorse charged at full speed, its speed would become faster and faster. The Transcendent had a grade 3 shield behind him. He used a method of running in a straight line to use his speed to escape as soon as possible. But this way, the warhorse's charging speed will be maximized. When the Transcendent heard the sound of the warhorse's hooves behind him, his eyes flashed with despair. He could not forget the live broadcast of the military parade where David had single-handedly killed 4 level 3 Zergs and forced a level 3 Zerg to self-destruct. He knew very well that if he let David get close to him, he would be the one to die. However, the Transcendent could not do anything now. In the process of running, he had even started to burn Transcendent's power, but he still could not shake off the warhorse. The Transcendent took a deep breath and suddenly stopped. He turned around and used a shield to block in front of him as he looked at David. At this time, David was only 100 meters away from him. The Transcendent's power burned all over his body like flames. This was his desperate secret skill, burning Transcendent's power to increase his overall physical fitness. The Transcendent wanted to use the sudden burst of speed and power to give David a powerful counterattack. David's spirit was much stronger than the Transcendent's, so he naturally felt the change in the Transcendent's aura. He did not slow down. The warhorse was still charging at the Transcendent as fast as it could. David also changed his body into a riding position. The roaring sniper was put away on his back, and a level 4 decelerating greatsword appeared in his hand. Behind the mask, he opened his mouth and let out a high-frequency sound wave. If it was a normal sound, it would not travel very far on the surface without an atmosphere. It mainly relied on the vibration of the ground and the receiver of the equipment. However, the high-frequency sound wave was different. This kind of sound wave was a Transcendent's ability and did not rely on the atmosphere to travel. The Transcendent felt like his body was on fire. His strength had increased by at least 50%, and the level 3 shield in his hand was as light as a straw. He had the illusion that he could smash David's shield into pieces. An illusion would always be an illusion. Just as the Transcendent saw the approaching David and was about to counterattack, he heard a sharp sound in his ear. Then he felt dizzy. It's over. The Transcendent only had one sentence in his mind before he was dizzy. David rode his warhorse and rushed to the Transcendent side. David stabbed out with the level 4 decelerating greatsword in his hand. This stab minimized the damage to the Transcendent's equipment. The decelerating greatsword stabbed into the Transcendent Kaji's heart. The Transcendent came to his senses right before he died, but he had no strength left. He took one last look at David's figure. The transcendent ran towards the direction of Iraq. When he realized that David did not choose to pursue him, he felt a burst of excitement. He felt that escaping would not be a problem. When he turned around the rock, he saw 4 corpses on the ground. These were all his companions. The transcendent felt a chill in his heart because he saw that 2 of the transcendent's corpses had been chopped off together with their weapons. This kind of strength was definitely not David's peak Kaji strength. Even if the transcendent used a level 4 weapon, he could not guarantee such an effect, let alone David. Just as the transcendent was thinking about this, the ground behind the rock strangely opened up. The assassin mantis puppet that was hiding under the camouflage cloth rushed out. With a flash of purple light, the assassin mantis puppet assassin returned to the camouflage cloth. It was as if nothing had happened, but the transcendent's body had been cut in 2. David took off all the equipment on the transcendent's body, including the spatial bracers. Then he turned around and went to the other transcendent and took off their equipment as well. Only one transcendent was seriously injured but not dead. With the transcendent's vitality, this kind of injury could be healed in a short time. David went to the transcendent and checked the transcendent's injuries. One of the transcendent's legs had a hole the size of a child's arm. The bone in his leg was probably pierced through. There was also a hole in the transcendent's abdomen. However, this transcendent had clearly used some kind of medicine because not much blood flowed out of the hole. David jumped off his warhorse and walked to the transcendent. First, he took off all the equipment on the transcendent's body. Then he used the level 4 decelerating greatsword to hit the transcendent's limbs, shoulders, pelvis, and tailbone. These bones were all shattered. David ignored the transcendent on the ground and ordered the enforcers in the communication channel. Enforcers, come over here and bring the energy limiter. I have seriously injured one of the transcendent here. There are also 7 corpses of the transcendent. Clean them up as well. At the same time, he sent the enforcers the coordinates of this place. The energy limiter was specially designed to deal with transcendent criminals. Every army had this kind of equipment, but it was rarely used. Normally, a transcendent who committed such a crime would not be hunted down by the army. The energy limiter was actually more like a warning to the transcendent. Any transcendent who dared to commit a crime would have to consider wearing the energy limiter. In fact, the energy limiter was extremely useless because it could only be used on a transcendent when the transcendent was unable to resist. In that case, it would not be a problem to directly kill the transcendent. Chapter 569. When the enforcer captain heard David's order, his face was full of excitement. As an enforcer, Kaji never thought that he would one day use an energy limiter to subdue a transcendent. Of course, he worshipped David more. David alone killed 7 transcendent and captured 1 transcendent alive. This kind of achievement was hard to imagine that Kaji could do it. Bring the energy limiter. We will set off immediately. The enforcer captain ordered loudly. 30 seconds later, the enforcer armored hover car rushed out of the base and headed towards the target location. David did not wait in the same place. Before he left, he kicked the transcendent unconscious. Without the transcendent armor, although the transcendent's physique was much stronger than Kaji's, its defense was not much stronger. David's kick was enough to knock the transcendent unconscious for 10 minutes. After doing this, David recalled the assassin mantis puppet. He then soared into the sky and chased after the Anderson transcendent. Captain Faulkner, send me the location of the transcendent that escaped. David asked Captain Faulkner of the First Fleet while flying. I'm sorry, General. The transcendent is hiding in a mine. We have already sealed the mine entrance. Captain Faulkner's anxious reply came from the channel. Captain Faulkner really did go all out to chase after the Anderson transcendent. However, the Anderson transcendent's luck was really good. Or it could be said that it was not all luck. When the Anderson transcendent escaped, it chose a direction with a mine in front of it. Before the Anderson transcendent came to planet Bedalia to carry out the mission, it had a very detailed understanding of planet Bedalia. It had also collected and organized a large amount of information about Planet Bedalia in its identity bracelet. Planet Bedalia's mines have complex underground passages. Because the ore veins in the mines are very random, you need to dig in the direction of the ore veins, which makes the interior of the mines like a spider web. Anderson Transcendent was also in the same situation. He was currently sitting on the ground, full of gravel, and injecting a level 3 healing potion into his body. He was hit by more than a dozen attack missiles, which caused him to suffer some serious internal injuries. Fortunately, the transcendent armor on his body was very strong, so he only suffered some minor injuries. He patted the transcendent armor on his body. The transcendent armor looked normal, but under its ordinary appearance, there were many pieces of rank 4 armor. The grade 4 armor protected all the vital points of the Anderson Transcendent, while the rest of the armor was made of grade 3 alloy. The Anderson Transcendent smiled bitterly and shook his head. The reason he came to participate in this mission was because of the transcendent armor on his body. Before he was happy that he got the transcendent armor, but now he could only smile bitterly. For the transcendent armor, the Anderson Transcendent didn't think it was worth it, but it had already come to this. He could only rely on his luck. He lowered his head and looked at the information about the mine in his identity bracelet, trying to find a way to escape. It was impossible to return from the entrance. It must be blocked by the frigates. Very quickly, Transcendent Anderson saw a passageway that was only 15 meters from ground. For other people, this distance would be extremely difficult to traverse, but for someone like him who possessed a grade 4 heavy axe, digging out a 15-meter passageway was not difficult at all. The Anderson Transcendent stood up and ran towards the passage. David flew out of the mine. He approached the mine and said in a deep voice through the command channel, "Order the 2nd and 3rd fleets to immediately join the blockade of the ground in this area. If they don't come here immediately, they will be punished according to military law." Captain Houseman and Captain Noel didn't dare to disobey after receiving the order to kill 7 Transcendent in a row and capture 1 Transcendent alive. "Yes, General," they replied loudly in the channel. David sneered and turned to enter the mine. "Little White, I still have to rely on you this time." David communicated with Little White mentally. Little White poked its head out of the golden exoskeleton armor and sensed the presence around. The Anderson Transcendent probably didn't want to hide its presence. David had Little White that could track targets. Only a few of the higher-ups of the Academy knew about it, and these higher-ups wouldn't leak this information. Therefore, the Anderson Transcendent didn't have this information. If he knew about this, he would have escaped much faster. Little White quickly locked onto the Anderson Transcendent's presence. This kind of strong presence was very easy to detect. Little White pointed out the direction to David. It was inconvenient to ride a warhorse here, so David put away his warhorse and ran in the direction Little White pointed out. Most people would consider whether the enemy would ambush them when tracking, but David didn't have this concern. The shadow attendant was always 100 meters in front of him. If there was an enemy, the shadow attendant would discover it in advance. The terrain in the mine was very complicated. Fortunately, there was the presence left behind by the Anderson Transcendent, so David didn't take any unnecessary detours. After 10 minutes of running, the Anderson Transcendent finally arrived at the position closest to the surface. This position was about 6,000 meters away from the entrance of the mine. As long as he was careful, he wouldn't be discovered by the corvettes in the sky. The Anderson Transcendent took out the grade 4 AP from his spatial bracer and looked at it with some reluctance. Although a grade 4 AP was incomparably sturdy and couldn't be damaged by digging rocks, he still had deep feelings for this grade 4 AP. This grade 4 AP was passed down in his family. In his generation, he was the only one of the 10 most talented people to become a Transcendent. So this grade 4 AP was passed down to him. This grade 4 AP had been with him for more than 40 years. He would carefully clean it every day, so he was very familiar with every part of this grade 4 AP. He didn't think that he would have to use this grade 4 AP to dig rocks today to fight for a chance of survival. Shaking his head, He threw away the thoughts in his mind. Only by surviving could he continue to pass down this grade 4 AP. The transcendent armor on his body also needed to be passed down. He soared into the sky, and the grade 4 AP in his hand drew a circle on the rocks above his head. Immediately, a large piece of rock fell down. In a minute, the Anderson Transcendent had dug 5 meters deep. At this speed, he would soon reach the surface. As long as he returned to the surface, carefully hid his body, and left the Corvette's scanning area, he would be able to find the hidden spaceship and leave planet Bedalia. As for the mission, it could all go see the Ghost. This kind of monster that could instantly kill 4 Transcendent. Whoever wanted to kill it could kill it. He wouldn't take any more risks. Just as he was about to cut off another large chunk of rock, he suddenly stopped the grade 4 heavy sword in his hand. Sigh. The Anderson Transcendent sighed. He helplessly drilled out of the hole he dug. In the tunnel, David was standing there looking at the Anderson Transcendent. The Anderson Transcendent knew very well that if he was in the tunnel, as long as David set up the roaring sniper rifle, he would have nowhere to hide. Even if this distance wasn't the effective range of the roaring sniper rifle, the remaining power would make it impossible for him to continue digging. Grandmaster David, can't you let me go? The Anderson Transcendent looked at David and asked bitterly. Since you have the courage to come, you don't need to leave. Your companions have all stayed, so you can also stay with them. David replied indifferently. The 10 Transcendent came with full confidence, but I didn't expect this kind of result, the Anderson Transcendent said in a deep voice as he tightened his grip on the grade 4 AP in his hand. Can you tell me who sent you? David asked as he took the grade 4 AP off his back. The Anderson Transcendent hesitated for a moment and shook his head. That person is too powerful. If I tell you, my family will be implicated. So if you want to know, it's better if you investigate yourself. The Anderson Transcendent wasn't alone. He had a lot of friends and family, and that person was definitely not someone he could mess with. If he messed with David, he would at most be killed. If he messed with that person, the consequences will be even worse. I can feel that among all the Transcendents I've met, you're one of the top Transcendents. Can you tell me your name? David then activated extreme speed, physique enhancement, strength shock, strength enhancement, and strength overlap before asking. The Anderson Transcendent strength made David very excited. David wanted to see the difference between himself and the powerful Transcendent. If David wanted to sneak up on the Anderson Transcendent, he could have used underground sneak to directly appear next to the Transcendent and kill him when the Anderson Transcendent was digging a hole. My name is Anderson. The Anderson Transcendent adjusted his breathing as he prepared to receive David's attack. Both sides were 10 meters apart. They were both using grade 4 AP swords, but one side was Kaji, while the other side was a Transcendent. Strangely, the Transcendent's aura was the weaker side. David's aura was slowly increasing with his various talents. I'm curious. As a Grandmaster Heavy Axe, why don't you use a heavy axe to fight me? The Anderson Transcendent couldn't hold back his curiosity and asked. The Anderson Transcendent was already curious when he saw David carrying a heavy sword. Most of the people in the Interstellar Federation knew that David was a Grandmaster Heavy Axe, but a Grandmaster Heavy Axe didn't use a heavy axe in a one-on-one battle with a Transcendent. Instead, he used a heavy sword that he wasn't good at. Are you sure you want me to use a heavy axe? David asked with a strange expression. The Anderson Transcendent paused for a moment, but he firmly nodded. To be honest, the Anderson Transcendent would rather David use a heavy axe. He was very suspicious that the grade 4 AP sword in David's hand had some special effect. Otherwise, how could he instantly kill 4 Transcendent? The Anderson Transcendent also remembered that David had a very close relationship with the powerful people of the great world of God. The warhorse from before was the best example. Okay, I'll do it, David said with a smile. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand, and the grade 4 decelerating heavy sword disappeared. What appeared in his hand was a grade 3 heavy axe. The Anderson Transcendent's face showed a trace of undetectable pride. David actually used a grade 3 heavy axe to fight him. Even if David was a Grandmaster Heavy Axe, he wouldn't have an easy time against a grade 4 AP sword. However, he was also very envious because David's actions just now showed that David had a portal item. Needless to say, this portal item must be a gift from the great world of God. A portal item that could be used by Kaji. Its value was so high that even the Anderson Transcendent's breathing became heavy. Just as the Anderson Transcendent was about to take the initiative to attack, he saw another item appear in David's hand. His movements couldn't help but stagnate. A level 5 golden axe blade appeared in David's hand. He then attached the level 5 golden axe blade to his level 3 heavy axe blade. "After you," David said in a deep voice as he raised the heavy axe up high and prepared to attack. The Anderson Transcendent's thoughts kept churning. He didn't think that David would have a grade 5 weapon. Although it was only a grade 5 axe blade, it was still a grade 5 weapon. How hard it was to obtain a grade 5 material. This wasn't something the Federation Transcendent could imagine. The Anderson Transcendent didn't know if the Interstellar Federation had grade 5 materials, but he was sure that he had never seen a Transcendent use a grade 5 weapon. The Anderson Transcendent, who originally wanted to fight David to the death, changed his mind. He knew that as long as the news of David having a grade 5 weapon was released, then David would never have a day of peace. Thinking of this, the Anderson Transcendent glanced at the tunnel behind David. That was the only way out. The Anderson Transcendent yelled. 2 magic talismans appeared in his hand, and he threw them at David. David didn't think that the Anderson Transcendent would do something like this. He instinctively dodged to the side, and at the same time, an energy shield appeared on his body. The energy shield couldn't block the magic talisman. David felt his whole body weaken, and then his agility was greatly reduced. David didn't hesitate. The grade 5 axe blade's acceleration effect was activated, and his agility was instantly restored. But the weakness was still there, and his strength was reduced by a third. David couldn't help but blame himself for being careless. However, he wasn't in the most dangerous situation yet. He was ready to use Underground Sneak and Space Dash to save his life. It was because of these 2 life-saving methods that he didn't panic even though he was shocked. The Anderson Transcendent didn't go near David. Even in this situation, he still remembered David's invincible might at the military parade. That kind of strength made him not want to get close to David. Especially since David had a grade 5 axe blade in his hand, he needed to be even more careful. Most importantly, if he wanted to deal with David, as long as he could escape from here, walk out of the tunnel, and spread the news, he could let the news of David having a grade 5 weapon spread and cause David eternal trouble. Chapter 570. The Anderson Transcendent burst forth with the fastest speed in his life. He even felt that this acceleration was his most perfect acceleration. He was as light as a feather as he floated past David. At this time, David was still in a defensive posture due to his weak body. He could only watch as the Anderson Transcendent passed by him. Of course, David was 5 meters away from David. Otherwise, David would still deliver a fatal blow. The Anderson Transcendent had studied David's past. The most likely experience for David to become a heavy axe grandmaster was that David studied at the First College of Iridia. Therefore, the Anderson Transcendent knew that David had a high chance of learning the heavy axe grandmaster technique. This was the heavy axe grandmaster technique of the First College of Iridia. Within 5 meters, the heavy axe grandmaster technique would lose its effect if the target was 5 meters away from it. The Anderson Transcendent controlled himself to pass by David 5 meters away. He didn't let David's spirit lock onto him. After passing by David, the Anderson Transcendent's face revealed a proud expression. Even if he really died this time, he would make David suffer. Unfortunately, the signal in the mine was seriously blocked. Otherwise, he wouldn't even need to leave the mine to spread this explosive news. David watched the Anderson Transcendent rush towards the tunnel. He couldn't help but shake his head and whisper to himself, "He's really looking for death." If the Anderson Transcendent fought to the death with David, he might have a chance of survival. However, the Anderson Transcendent chose to escape. He was looking for death. If David didn't have 100% confidence in making the Anderson Transcendent stay, why would he use the level 5 axe blade? Didn't David know what the consequences would be if the news of him having a level 5 axe blade was leaked? David looked at Anderson Transcendent's figure with pity in his eyes. In that direction, let alone the Anderson Transcendent, even the strongest Transcendent of the Interstellar Federation would not be able to pass through. This was because David had left the Assassin Mantis puppet there. In this environment, as long as the Assassin Mantis puppet blocked the way, Anderson Transcendent could only engage in close combat with the Assassin Mantis puppet. Transcendent Anderson ran. As long as he passed through the narrow area in front of him, there would be a fork in the road. With 3 paths, his chances of escaping would greatly increase. However, in that narrow area, a short and fat figure was standing there unknowingly. It was an ordinary human child. His chubby body made him look charmingly naive, and his face had a harmless expression. Unfortunately, the environment here was not right. To be able to move in this airless environment without using any survival system, his strength was definitely not simple. Transcendent Anderson hesitated slightly. He didn't know what ability the little fatty in front of him had, but he heard David's footsteps behind him. David had caught up. In order to survive, Transcendent Anderson gritted his teeth. A magic talisman appeared in his hand, and with the power of the Transcendent, he threw it at the little fatty. This was a magic talisman that reduced speed. The little fatty didn't even try to dodge. He let the magic talisman hit his body. Transcendent Anderson was delighted. The opponent was slowed. No matter how strong the opponent was, he had the advantage in speed. Thinking of this, he rushed towards the little fatty and swung the level 4 heavy sword in his hand. The moment Transcendent Anderson entered the attack range of the Assassin Mantis puppet, he felt the puppet move. However, the Assassin Mantis puppet's movements were so fast that his eyes couldn't keep up. The Assassin Mantis puppet's blade directly pierced Transcendent Anderson's heart. The other blade blocked Transcendent Anderson's level 4 heavy sword. "You are not human." Transcendent Anderson used the last of his strength to mutter. After his heart was pierced, all the strength in his body disappeared. Transcendent Anderson knew very well how sturdy the armor in front of his chest was. It was made of level 4 materials, but the Assassin Mantis puppet's blade easily pierced through it. Transcendent Anderson's level 4 heavy sword was also blocked by the Assassin Mantis puppet's other blade. Transcendent Anderson's level 4 heavy sword almost fell out of his hand. He saw the Assassin Mantis puppet's weapon clearly. It wasn't a human weapon at all. It was a blade that only grew on the body of an insectoid mantis. David also came over at this time. Seeing Anderson Transcendent's body fall to the ground, the shadow attendant flew over and absorbed Anderson Transcendent's soul. David came to Anderson Transcendent's side and lightly knocked on Anderson Transcendent's Transcendent armor. He couldn't help but smile. When Anderson Transcendent took out the level 4 heavy sword, David already noticed the Transcendent armor on Anderson Transcendent's body. Because it was hit by missiles many times before, the camouflage covering the Transcendent armor was damaged. Although this kind of camouflage would normally automatically recover, it still needed some time. David saw a faint purple glow through the damage. This made him guess that the Transcendent armor on Anderson Transcendent's body was made of level 4 materials. If it wasn't for this guess, Transcendent Anderson wouldn't have a whole corpse. With the fighting style of the Assassin Mantis puppet, the result would definitely be 2 halves. David asked the Assassin Mantis puppet to try its best to keep Anderson Transcendent's equipment intact. This was why the Assassin Mantis puppet was able to stab Anderson Transcendent's heart with its blade. Of course, this was only possible because the Assassin Mantis puppet was strong enough that it could choose to attack Anderson Transcendent at will. David took off Anderson Transcendent's Transcendent armor, put away the level 4 heavy sword, and then put away the space bracer. David hesitated for a moment. Looking at Anderson Transcendent's corpse, the corpse was basically undamaged. This made him wonder if he could use this corpse to make a puppet. It should be more convenient to have a human transcendent puppet by his side. This Anderson Transcendent was the leader of the 10 Transcendent. Although David hadn't really fought with him, he could see that he was very strong. It would be very difficult to find a better puppet material than Anderson Transcendent in the Interstellar Federation. David let the Shadow Attendant put Anderson Transcendent's corpse into the space bracer. Then he walked out of the mine. Walking out of the mine, David saw 15 frigates in the sky completely surrounding the area. It seemed like the second and third fleets were also here. Withdraw. Captain Faulkner, Captain Houseman, and Captain Noel go to the office immediately for a meeting. David ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. The 3 captains understood that David was looking for trouble, but they each had a relatively reasonable explanation. Even if David was looking for trouble, he couldn't use military law to punish them. At most, he would give them some trouble in the future. The 3 captains had their own thoughts and ordered the fleet to return. David soared into the sky and flew towards the base. Soon, he arrived at the base. As soon as he entered the base, he saw 7 corpses placed in the base's hall. Long live the captain! The base's staff in the hall immediately cheered when they saw David. It was hard to imagine that when 10 Transcendent entered planet Badalia, there would be 7 corpses here, and 1 was captured alive. These were all Transcendent. They were existences that every soldier here had to look up to. However, such a legendary existence was thrown to the ground like trash. Immediately strengthened the scan. This time, one of the 10 Transcendent is still missing. We must find him. David glanced at the hall and ordered in a deep voice. Yes, Captain. The staff responded loudly and then began to busy themselves. What about the one who is still alive? David asked the captain of the law enforcement team. He has been locked up in a cell. I sent the most elite law enforcement team, Kaji, to guard there. The captain of the law enforcement team replied. Take me to see him. David looked at the time. There was still some time before the 3 captains arrived. He might as well go and see the captured Transcendent first. The captain of the law enforcement team brought David to the cell, which was at the lowest level of the base. The captured Transcendent's hands and feet were tied to 4 alloy chains, causing the Transcendent's body to be suspended in the air. In this position, the Transcendent without the Transcendent armor would find it difficult to exert force even if his body was in good condition. In addition, the Transcendent's head was wearing an energy limiter. The energy limiter's tube was connected to the Transcendent's blood vessels and spine. This made it even more difficult for the Transcendent to move. David looked at the Transcendent's condition. The Transcendent was in a very bad state. Many of his bones were shattered. The Transcendent had used a healing potion before, but with such injuries, it was not enough. Inject him with a healing potion. David needed to ask questions. He ordered the captain of the law enforcement team beside him. The captain of the law enforcement team took out a syringe and went to the Transcendent's side. He injected the healing potion into the Transcendent's body. This type of military healing potion was very effective. It only took a short while for it to take effect. The Transcendent's eyelids kept twitching. It looked like he was about to wake up. Start recording the interrogation. David ordered again. The 4 surveillance cameras around the cell were all turned on. They recorded everything in the cell. The Transcendent's eyes slowly opened. When he saw David, his pupils suddenly shrank. Since you're awake, let's talk, David said with a smile. He had already opened his helmet, revealing his face. We have nothing to talk about, the Transcendent replied in a hoarse voice. I forgot to introduce these people beside me. They are all elites of the law enforcement team in the military. Every one of them is an expert in interrogation. They have 100 ways to make you beg for death. I want to be civilized. If you answer my questions honestly, I won't let them go too far. David said calmly. I've been in the military before. It's just the law enforcement team. The Transcendent glanced at the law enforcement Kaji in white exoskeleton armor and said with disdain, use more civilized methods. Don't be too bloody. David shook his head helplessly and said to the law enforcement team captain, don't worry, Chief Defense. Once he's in our hands, no matter who he is, he'll answer whatever you want in 10 minutes. The law enforcement team captain said with a smile revealing his white teeth. This time, the law enforcement team captain didn't let his subordinates do it. Instead, he personally came to the transcendent side and looked at the transcendent as if he were a prey. The transcendent also looked at the law enforcement team captain. When he saw the law enforcement team captain's eyes, he couldn't help but tense up. In fact, the transcendent had been in the military before. He knew very well how terrifying the law enforcement team was. There were so many troublemakers in the military, but in the end, they were all taken care of by the law enforcement team. The chief defense ordered me to be civilized. You're very lucky. You won't be able to taste those particularly exciting methods. The law enforcement team captain said with a smile as he took out a syringe. The transcendent's gaze shifted to the syringe in the law enforcement team captain's hand. The light green drug inside was obvious at a glance that it wasn't anything good. This is a perceptual enhancement agent. After it's injected into your body, you'll find that the clothes on your body will make your skin feel oppressed. The law enforcement team captain injected the perceptual enhancement agent into the syringe and didn't forget to introduce it to the transcendent. After the perceptual enhancement agent entered the transcendent's body, he felt intense pain. The pain came from his original wounds and the alloy chains hanging on his limbs. According to his constitution, the alloy chains hanging him in the air wouldn't cause him any harm. But the perceptual enhancement agent increased his nerve sensitivity many times over. Feelings that could have been ignored appeared at that moment. There are many places on the human body that aren't vital, but have extremely strong pain points. The law enforcement team captain smiled as he took out a long needle and searched the transcendent's body while explaining. The law enforcement team captain seemed to have found the right place. He inserted the long needle into the transcendent's body. A blood-curdling scream was heard. David stood to the side and quietly watched the law enforcement team captain carry out the punishment. The interrogation methods used in the military were very different from the interrogation methods used by the police. The military had its own rules. As long as the methods didn't kill or cripple the criminal, it was fine. Of course, this also depended on the criminal's guilt. Ordinary mistakes wouldn't receive this kind of treatment, but once it involved a serious crime, they could do whatever they wanted. Stop, I'll talk. The transcendent couldn't hold on for more than 10 minutes and shouted loudly. You should have done this earlier. Although the law enforcement team captain said that his gaze toward the transcendent was unsatisfied. This was the transcendent. Apart from this opportunity, where else would he get the chance to torture the transcendent? This experience was enough for the law enforcement team captain to brag about for the rest of his life. Who in the entire Interstellar Federation could torture the transcendent? David walked over to the law enforcement team captain's side and gently patted him on the shoulder, making him retreat to the side. After the transcendent saw the law enforcement team captain leave his side, he couldn't help but inwardly let out a long sigh of relief. Then, he couldn't help but feel a wave of sorrow. As a transcendent, he was actually so afraid of Kaji. Chapter 571. Name? David asked in a deep voice. Albert. Transcendent Albert replied. How many transcendent did you send this time? David asked again. 10 transcendent. Transcendent Albert continued to answer. 10 transcendent? David seemed to be a little surprised. He turned to the enforcement captain and asked, Did we only get rid of 9 transcendent? Yes, Chief Defense. The enforcement captain immediately replied. Transcendent Albert, can you explain to me what happened to the remaining transcendent? David asked with a serious expression. That transcendent is called Ethelton. I don't know what happened to him. He didn't go to the rendezvous point, and I couldn't contact him after that. Transcendent Albert replied without the slightest bit of resistance. Transcendent Albert was already scared of the punishment. As a transcendent, he had never been tortured like this before. Transcendent Albert thought he was very brave and didn't fear punishment. But after experiencing it, he realized that he was just an ordinary person after losing his transcendent power. Then tell me, why did you come to Planet Bedalia this time? David asked with a smile. Transcendent Albert hesitated. Although the matter was very obvious, if he said that he wanted to assassinate a general, the consequences would still be very serious. To be honest, he was already very satisfied that he didn't die on the spot. Transcendent Albert also believed that as long as he entered the military court, someone would help him. However, if he admitted that he was here to assassinate Major General David, then even if someone helped him afterward, it would be very difficult for him to get away with it. David took out a grade 3 military knife from his calf and swept it at Transcendent Albert's lower body. Transcendent Albert cried out in surprise, then urinated down his leg tube to the ground. However, Transcendent Albert soon realized that David didn't really cut it. He just swept it from the side. This time, I was just scaring you. If you hesitate for even a second, I won't miss. David's voice was very cold. Transcendent Albert's face turned pale. This David was even more ruthless than the enforcement captain just now. It must be known that no matter what the enforcement captain did before, he would still keep Transcendent Albert's body intact. However, David didn't have so many concerns. As a general of the defense force, no one would say anything if he edited the video. As for the injuries on Transcendent Albert's body, it could be said that they were left behind from a battle. Even if Transcendent Albert was killed at this time, it could also be said that Transcendent Albert was seriously injured and could not be cured. What is your mission for coming to Planet Bedalia this time? David repeated the question just now. We're here to assassinate you. Transcendent Albert still wanted to hesitate, but when he thought of David's words, his brain didn't have time to think, and he blurted it out. After saying this, Transcendent Albert lost his last bit of resistance. If he could even say something like this, what else could be more serious than that? Who sent you? David asked again. It was organized by Anderson Transcendent. We all receive an invitation from Anderson Transcendent. Transcendent Albert didn't hesitate, or rather, he thought of how to answer this question after he woke up. Pushing all the trouble to Anderson Transcendent was indeed organized by Anderson Transcendent. Of course, Transcendent Albert also knew who the mastermind was, but if he were to say it out loud, especially in the military, then he would definitely die. At that time, no one would come forward to help him. He would be abandoned by the other side, and the other side would even use their connections to kill him. David glanced at Transcendent Albert and didn't ask any more questions. In fact, he also knew that the force that could send 10 Transcendent must be very powerful. He didn't know if Transcendent Albert really didn't know, but in the military prison, he couldn't really do anything extreme. You continue the interrogation. No one is allowed to come near here except on my orders. David looked at the time. The 3 captains should be arriving soon, so he ordered the law enforcement captain. When returning from the prison, David reconfigured the access authority of the prison. Only members of the law enforcement team could enter and leave, and the authority of everyone else was withdrawn. When he walked into the conference room, the 3 captains had already arrived. They were standing in the conference room and didn't sit down. I'm late. David didn't take off his exoskeleton armor and walked into the conference room. He nodded to the 3 captains and said, Defense Captain. The 3 captains didn't wear their exoskeleton armor, which made them feel pressured. The golden exoskeleton armor made them think of the Federation's god of war during the military parade. 8 Transcendents had fallen today, and 1 had been captured alive. These battle records made them feel extremely pressured. Captains, can any of you tell me who made you disobey my orders and give the 10 Transcendent time to assassinate me? David was still smiling, but the words he said made the 3 captains' faces change drastically. Defense Captain, I didn't disobey your orders. There was a special situation. Captain Faulkner quickly explained. Captain Faulkner, you had a special situation. Captain Noel, you also had a special situation. And you, Captain Houseman, you also had a special situation. Other than the captured 4th Fleet, all the warships of the Defense Force had a special situation. When needed, they needed at least 10 minutes to enter battle. David looked at the 3 captains and said with a cold smile, Defense Captain, I'm sorry. Captain Noel quickly apologized. Captain Houseman and Captain Faulkner also bowed to express their apologies. Originally, I thought that if any of you could tell me who the mastermind was, I could still let him go. But since you've made your choice, you won't regret it. David said in a deep voice, "Defense Captain, we didn't do anything wrong. Since you're unhappy with me, I'll immediately apply for a transfer when I get back." When Captain Houseman heard David's words, he knew that David didn't want things to end like this. So he said directly, "Although you're the defense captain, under the premise that we didn't do anything wrong, you can't force us to make a mistake." Captain Faulkner added. David suddenly laughed. He looked at the three captains with eyes full of mockery. At this time, the two sides had really shed all pretenses and put their opposition to each other in the open. "Very good. Since you've made your choice, you're on your own," David said as he turned around and left the meeting room. After David slammed the door shut, the three captains looked at each other with worry in their eyes. To be honest, they didn't want to completely shed all pretenses with David. They were very worried about becoming enemies with such a strong and terrifying person. "Let's quickly apply for a transfer. I'm worried that David will find a chance to kill us." Captain Faulkner said softly, "He won't kill us, but I'm afraid that our lives will be difficult in the future. It's better for us to leave." Captain Noel said helplessly, "If the three of us jointly report to the higher-ups that David used force to threaten his subordinates, then we can be transferred quickly and leave some trouble for David." Captain Houseman suggested, "If we do that, we'll be blamed in the military." Captain Faulkner shook his head and said, "In the military, if they accuse their superiors, even if it was right, they would be rejected by most of the officers in the military. With Lieutenant General Kenny helping us, what's there to be afraid of?" Captain Houseman said with a smile. Silence. Captain Faulkner's expression changed as he looked around and said. David, who was standing in the hall, heard Captain Houseman's words through the shadow attendant. He couldn't help but frown. He wanted to know more about the behind-the-scenes situation, but it seemed like the three captains only knew about Lieutenant General Kenny. It wasn't that David looked down on Lieutenant General Kenny. It was just that the person who was his enemy had such a huge network of connections and sent out 10 transcendent soldiers. It was not something a lieutenant general in the Tonga's Starfield military could do. "They're useless now," David whispered to himself. Then, the three captains in the meeting room were about to leave when they saw the figure of a little fatty appear out of thin air in the meeting room. It was the assassin mantis assassin that the shadow attendant released from the portal ring. As soon as it was released, it immediately attacked the three captains. Even the 3 transcendent soldiers with transcendent armor couldn't block the assassin mantis assassin's attack, let alone the 3 captains without exoskeleton armor. In an instant, the 3 captains fell to the ground. Then, the shadow attendant put away the assassin mantis assassin and threw the corpse of transcendent Ethelton into the meeting room. The corpse of transcendent Ethelton was still wearing the broken transcendent armor. David had put it on again. Even the rank 3 heavy sword was in his hand. "There's killing intent in the meeting room," David suddenly yelled. He quickly ran towards the meeting room. His movement immediately alerted the other soldiers in the hall, and they quickly ran towards the meeting room as well. No one doubted David's words. After David demonstrated his strength, everyone trusted David. "You dare!" David kicked open the door of the meeting room and roared. Then, he rushed in with the level 4 heavy sword in his hand. When the other soldiers arrived, they saw 4 corpses. Other than the 3 captains' corpses, there was also the corpse of a transcendent. "Find out who brought this transcendent in," David ordered angrily. The relevant soldiers immediately got to work. All the security data of the entire base was reorganized, and the security records were reviewed one by one. Protect the scene well. The law enforcement team will investigate first. At the same time, report the situation to the military and ask them to send military personnel to take over the investigation. David continued to order. David walked out of the meeting room. The meeting room would be locked down later, waiting for the military personnel to take over. David wasn't worried about being exposed at all. After the transcendent Ethelton died, his corpse was stored in his portal ring. Now that he took it out, it was almost as if he had just been killed. The time was exactly the same, no matter what equipment was used to check. Since the three captains dared to participate in the assassination, they must have been prepared to die. Due to the death of the three captains, the entire planet's defense force was in chaos. Fortunately, the news of David killing 8 Transcendents in a row had spread throughout the planet's defense force. With such a general in charge, the morale of the army was still stable. Although the three captains' deaths had a huge impact, the military had its own order. With the death of the captain, there would naturally be a lower-level officer to take over the command. This wasn't something David had to worry about. General, the 4th Fleet's captain sent by the military has been waiting for you for a while. When David walked out of the office, Cadillac's adjutant immediately reported to him. David turned his head and saw the young major standing up in the waiting area. Captain Grenfell greets the Chief of Defense. Captain Grenfell saluted David. Hello, Captain Grenfell. Come in and have a seat. David returned the salute. After entering the office, David first sat on the sofa, then pointed at the sofa opposite him, indicating for Captain Grenfell to sit. Captain Grenfell sat on the sofa in a standard military posture, his back straight as he looked at David. You came at a bad time today. 10 Transcendent infiltrated planet Bedalia in an attempt to assassinate me. The captains of the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd fleets were all killed. According to my understanding, the 10 Transcendent infiltrated the planet using your transport ship. According to the rules, you have to wait until the investigation is over before you can take up the post. David explained to Captain Grenfell. He didn't have any doubts about Captain Grenfell. Captain Grenfell didn't have any malicious intent towards him. Furthermore, Captain Grenfell was clearly an officer who had just graduated from the military academy not long ago. The military aura on him was very strong, and it hadn't been erased by the military yet. Obey the Chief of Defense's orders. Captain Grenfell didn't have any objections. There's no need to be so serious. David smiled and waved his hand. He opened Captain Grenfell's information and checked it. Captain Grenfell was still sitting straight as if he had just entered. You graduated from the Federation's military academy? David raised his head and asked in surprise. Yes, I graduated from the Federation's military academy last year. Captain Grenfell replied. We're schoolmates, but I'm in the short training class, and you're in the regular class. David said with a smile on his face. Captain Grenfell also had a smile on his face. No matter what, it wasn't easy to meet schoolmates in such a remote star field like the Tonda Starfield. In the military, being in the same military academy meant a connection. This connection naturally caused disputes between two parties who didn't know each other. They were no longer strangers, but natural allies. Don't worry, Captain Grenfell. The investigation will be over soon. You and your subordinates will be able to board the ship soon. David said with a smile. Chief of Defense, I'm not worried. I just hate that I couldn't help you kill the enemy. Captain Grenfell said loudly. Chapter 572. Tone-2 Starfield's military headquarters was on planet Tone-2. And planet Tone-2 was also the most prosperous administrative planet in Tone-2 Starfield. In an office in the military headquarters, Lieutenant General Kenny was looking at the information in his hands. His wrist was trembling, which made the screen in front of him tremble as well. 10 Transcendent were all defeated. Is this David really a god of war? Lieutenant General Kenny muttered to himself. As a high-ranking official in the federal military, Lieutenant General Kenny was able to gather a lot of information. He had seen a lot of information on David and thought that he understood David's strength very well. However, the latest information from planet Bedalia made Lieutenant General Kenny feel that his previous judgment was completely wrong. A total of 10 Transcendent, including the powerful Transcendent Anderson. 9 of them were dead, and the other Transcendent was captured alive. This kind of result couldn't help but make one's hair stand on end. Adjutant, Adjutant, Lieutenant General Kenny shouted. General, what's the matter? The adjutant ran into the office and asked. Prepare the fastest spaceship. We'll leave in an hour, Lieutenant General Kenny ordered. Yes, General. The adjutant didn't know why Lieutenant General Kenny wanted to leave at this time, so he could only respond. Lieutenant General Kenny didn't dare to stay in the military headquarters. He had seen the disappearance of Lieutenant General Beaumont from the information. Although on the surface it didn't seem to have anything to do with David, Lieutenant General Beaumont disappeared after scheming against David. At the time, another Transcendent was also killed. To silently kill a Transcendent, even in the war zone, there weren't many people who could do it, and David was the closest. Before, there were still people who doubted whether David had this ability, but now there was no need to doubt. The deaths of the 9 Transcendent were very clear. There were even rumors in the military that General Roth's death was related to David. There was no actual evidence to support this theory, but judging from David's style of doing things, it was not entirely impossible. As long as Lieutenant General Kenny thought of this, he felt uneasy. This was not the military headquarters of Planet Origin. There was no way he could stop a sniper master like David. Kenny turned around and entered the inner room. After locking the door, he activated the interstellar communicator and sent a communication request to Longfellow. This was an emergency call. Soon, General Longfellow's projection appeared in the room. General Longfellow, I have something to report to you. Kenny saluted the projection. Is there any news from David's side? General Longfellow asked in a low voice. He was getting on in years. Yes, the plan failed. 9 of the 10 Transcendent were killed by David, and 1 was captured. Kenny C. immediately replied, Is David that powerful? General Longfellow asked with a puzzled expression. The assassination of David was actually a ploy to win over the hearts and minds of the people. General Longfellow had used his daughter, Madame Meredith, to gather the people left behind after General Roth's death. Because Madame Meredith had always emphasized that it was David who killed General Roth, in order to gather the people related to General Roth, as well as to let his daughter do her best to work for him, he had arranged this assassination. Originally, with the strength of the 10 Transcendent, General Longfellow had thought that killing David would not be a problem, but things had gone beyond his expectations. From the information I received, David asked the fleet to help contain 1 Transcendent. 8 Transcendent were killed by David one after another. The last Transcendent only managed to kill 3 captains before he was killed by David on the spot. Kenny C. said with a bitter smile, Since he's so powerful, then all the more reason we can't let him live. Do your best to transfer the warships in his hands. I'll make the arrangements again in a month. General Longfellow said, after some thought. Yes, General. Kenny C. was filled with helplessness. He was prepared to leave the military, but with Longfellow's arrangements, he could only stay for now. After ending the call, Kenny C. walked out of the inner room and saw his adjutant enter. General, the ship is ready. You can leave at any time. The adjutant reported. Forget it. Get the ship ready. I won't be leaving for now, but make sure the ship is always ready and on standby. Kenny C. said with a wave of his hand. David probably didn't expect that when the news reached Kenny C.'s ears, it almost scared him to the point of running away. At this time, David was listening to a report from the enforcers. The enforcer captain sat in front of him. Chief of Defense, we've confirmed from the Transcendent Albert that the last Transcendent that appeared in the meeting room was the only one of the 10 Transcendent that escaped the net, the Exalted Transcendent. I've also compared the information with the Exalted Transcendent through the military's intelligence network and confirmed that it's the same person. The enforcer captain reported to David. Did you find out how the Exalted Transcendent entered the base? David asked in a low voice. David didn't plan on getting an answer because he knew very well how the Exalted Transcendent entered the base. However, he needed to make it clear that he didn't know anything about the Exalted Transcendent and that he didn't have anything to do with the deaths of the 3 captains. We found some information and we're just about to report it to you, the enforcer captain said with a serious face. David looked at the enforcer captain in surprise. He didn't know what the enforcer captain had found. He actually had information about how the Exalted Transcendent entered the base out of nowhere. What did you find? David asked. This is a set of data from the security system. Major Handel used his authority to add a lot of privileges to the security system, giving him the authority to bring outsiders into the base without the base calling the police. The enforcer captain reported in a low voice, "It's Major Handel." David was really surprised. He didn't feel that Major Handel had any ill intentions towards him, but Major Handel had done so many things. Major Handel was the chief officer of the logistics department. All the security system was provided by the logistics department, so there were a lot of things that he could do. "Cadillac, go get Major Handel." David ordered Cadillac's adjutant outside the door. The enforcer captain also sent the data from the security system to David. David opened the data to take a look. David had the ability of the master of electronic warfare, so the data was easy for him. Soon, he found that Major Handel could bring anyone to any place in the base due to the loophole in the security system. "General, we can't find Major Handel. His identity bracelet is also deactivated." Cadillac's adjutant quickly came back to report. David waved his hand to let Cadillac's adjutant leave. He came to his desk and opened the special terminal for the head of the defense. This terminal had an extremely high level of authority. It was much higher than Major Handel's authority to exploit the loophole. Through the terminal, David saw Major Handel walking towards the underground prison. Major Handel was wearing an exoskeleton armor and carrying a heavy axe on his back. It seemed like he was going to save someone. Major Handel is going to the prison to save someone. Tell your men to be careful. Also, tell the enforcers to capture him. David said to the enforcer captain as he deactivated all of Major Handel's authority. "Yes, head of defense." The enforcer captain stood up and replied. Major Handel carefully observed the passage in front of him. He didn't see anyone, so he quickly walked over. He wasn't worried about the security system in the base at all. These security systems were all installed by him. He could use his identity bracelet to make the security system ignore his existence. Major Handel wanted to save Transcendent Albert because he had no other choice. He didn't want to take any risks. The reason he agreed to help lure some people into the base was because of the credits. It wouldn't be long before he left the army. He didn't want to rely on his pension to live an ordinary life. Major Handel wanted to live the life of a rich man. He wanted to make up for his difficult life in the army. So when someone came to him and he saw the huge amount of credits, he agreed without hesitation. As for what those people wanted to do in the base, it had nothing to do with him. He was just doing things for the credits. It was this mentality that made Major Handel feel at ease. It made David unable to sense Major Handel's malice. Originally, Major Handel was very happy that the Transcendent who had infiltrated Planet Bedalia was killed and captured. He received the credits, but didn't have to do anything. But an accident happened. A Transcendent actually infiltrated the base and killed 3 captains. This was not a small matter. What made Major Handel even more unable to explain was the question left behind by the Transcendent Ethelton after he was killed by David on the spot. How did this Transcendent Ethelton enter the base? When the base's law enforcement team and information team started to check the information in the security system, Major Handel started to panic. He knew that he had tampered with the security system. Normally, no one would check the security system line by line. This required a lot of manpower and energy. At the same time, the security system's code opening required the approval of the Chief of Defense, the highest ranking officer, before it could be opened. In Major Handel's decades of military career, he had never checked the security system before. Major Handel had 2 choices. One was to stay and be treated as a spy who led the Transcendent Ethelton into the base. Because this matter involved the death of 3 captains, his end would be very miserable. The second choice was to leave. But leaving like this made him very unwilling. He would become a stray dog in the future, a wanted criminal by the military and the government. So he thought that if he could leave with the Transcendent Albert, then he would gain the friendship of the Transcendent Albert. At the same time, the forces that dealt with David would also help him get rid of the wanted criminal. Major Handel quickened his pace. The prison cell was in front of him, and there was only one last security door left. He came to the security door. Strangely, the security door didn't open automatically. He used his ID bracelet to scan the security door. As a result, the The security door flashed with a red light. Major Handel was shocked. This kind of alarm was an alarm for not passing the identity authentication. Not only the security door alarm, the alarm here would also be transmitted to the security center. At this time, he no longer had any thoughts of saving the Transcendent Albert. He only wanted to leave the base as soon as possible. Outside the base, he had a small military spaceship. As long as he left the base, he would have a way to leave planet Bedalia. But when he turned around, he saw a team of 6 Kaji law enforcers in white exoskeleton armor appear. He wanted to resist, but his strength was enough for a sneak attack. In a direct confrontation with a team of Kaji law enforcers, he had absolutely no chance of winning. When another team of Kaji law enforcers in white exoskeleton armor appeared, Major Handel completely gave up resisting. He directly threw the heavy axe on his back on the ground and removed the exoskeleton armor. Major Handel was brought to David's office. David stood in the middle of the office and watched Major Handel dejectedly being brought in. Major Handel, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. David couldn't help but praise Major Handel. Even his mind didn't sense Major Handel's malice towards him. If I say that I didn't bring the Exalted Transcendent in, would you believe me? Major Handel looked at David and asked softly, "What do you think?" David asked with a mocking expression. "I don't believe it either." Major Handel said with a bitter and helpless expression, "No matter who brought the Exalted Transcendent in, he had to be the scapegoat. Captain Faulkner, Captain Noel, and Captain Houseman all died because of you. You even tried to save the Transcendent Albert, who tried to assassinate me. The evidence is conclusive. What else do you want to say?" David asked in a deep voice. "Actually, I suspect that you were the one who killed the 3 captains because they were always against you. They didn't even listen to your orders." Major Handel clenched his teeth and said. Major Handel's heart was filled with unwillingness. If he really did it, he would admit it. But before he even did anything, he was already accused of a serious crime. This was not a normal serious crime. The captains of battleships and fleets in the military were basically all elite officers in the military. The death of 3 such officers was enough to sentence Major Handel to death. Therefore, Major Handel decided to let it go and expressed his thoughts. "I heard that the judge of the military court graduated from the Federation's military academy. He could be considered my senior. Looks like I have to pay him a visit," David said faintly. Major Handel felt a threat from David. His fate would be decided by how the judge of the military court judged him. "Take him away. I don't want to see a traitor like him again." David waved his hand and said to Kaji beside him. The captain of the law enforcement team could see that David was dissatisfied with Major Handel. In addition, Major Handel had previously framed David, so he made a gesture when Kaji was escorting Major Handel away. David obviously saw the gesture, but he pretended not to see it. Major Handel was brought into the cell. He was lucky enough to see the Transcendent Albert. At this time, the Transcendent Albert was twitching all over. There was yellow liquid on the ground. Major Handel's hair stood on end. A powerful Transcendent had become like this. It was obvious how Kaji treated the Transcendent Albert. He turned his head and saw the sinister smile on Kaji's face. Then, screams came from the cell. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.